Alright, what's going on everyone? In this video we're going to be creating an invoice application using Vue 3 on the front end, and we're also going to be utilizing Firebase on the back end to store our invoice data. Now I got this idea and design off a site called Front End Mentor. Now I'm not the greatest graphic designer and idea creator, so Front End Mentor is a great site to go ahead and get some great ideas from, and they provide you the actual design file, I believe in Figma or in XD, that you can use to walk yourself through create an application just like you're seeing here today. All right, so definitely recommend checking it out if you want to become a better developer and you struggle with UI UX like myself. All right, so now before we go ahead and get into this application, I quickly want to do a brief demo and kind of explain what we're going to be building here. So this invoice application is going to be pretty simple. It has two views. It has this home view you're seeing right here, and also a more detailed invoice view to go ahead and look at all the details of the invoices. All right, so we're going to be able to create invoices, we're going to be able to edit them and also delete them. So pretty much a full CRUD application here. Now on our home view and all views, we're going to have this simple navigation here, which is kind of a stretch calling it a navigation. It's simply just going to hold our branding here, which you can see at the very top is going to be this white invoice logo, which I got from Font Awesome, and then this purple background. Okay, and then on our home view here, we have our invoice title, or our invoices it says, and then we have the number of invoices we have total inside of our application, which currently is 4. Now, we can also filter these invoices by status. So we have 3 different statuses within our application for our invoices, which are going to be pending, draft, and paid. Okay, so if I click on the status right here, we're going to get this little drop down. We can change it to draft. So it's only going to show us the invoices that are currently in draft mode. And then we have the current invoices that are pending, which are 2. And then we also have the paid. Okay, so pretty simple. Now we can also clear this by hitting the clear filter option right there. And we can also create a new invoice here. So when I click on this, we're going to have this modal slide in from the left, and we're going to be doing this, or we're going to be animating this using the Vue 3 animations. Okay. So let's quickly go ahead and run through create a new invoice here. So we have our bill from information here. So we have our street address, which I'm just going to fill in here very quickly. And then we have our bill 2, which is going to be the client information. So once again, it's going to fill this in really quickly. Sorry about all the spam stuff you're seeing there from the autofill. I've done this a few times, and we'll go ahead and just put all this in like this. Now, the really cool portion of this invoice application, at least when creating one, is going to be this section right here. So we're going to be using JavaScript to generate the invoice date. So as I record this video right now, it is June 2nd, 2021. So we don't have a payment due date here, and you can't click on anything inside of this field to go ahead and change it. Now, this is going to be, or the payment due date is going to be affected or generated based on the payment terms. So if I click on the select option right here, we have 2 options for this application. We have 30 days and 60 days. So if I click on 30, you can see it's going to be generated. So right now the payment due date would be a month from today, or 30 days, which is going to be July 2nd. Now, if we want to do 60 days, we can do 60 days, and then it'll be August 1st. Now we have the option to create a product description here. So we're going to say it's for UI UX. Now, the other cool portion of this is going to be the item list generator. So if we click on this button right here, we can add an item that we want to bill the client for invoicing. So for example, we said we did UI UX. So let's say we did some design hours here. Okay, and let's say we did 5 hours and we're really expensive. We're going to say we charge $300 an hour. Okay, so that's going to be a total of $1,500 here, which is going to calculate the price by the quantity here. And you can add as many items as you want, so you can go ahead and keep adding these. And if you don't want them, you can click on the trash can. It'll go ahead and remove those as well. Now, as I mentioned, there are 3 different statuses within our application for our invoices. We have the draft, pending, and paid. So we can save this as a draft, or we can create an invoice. So if I create an invoice, it's going to be pending. If I save the draft, it's going to just be in draft mode, which there really isn't any difference. It's just going to be a different status that the application went ahead and had. Like, it doesn't have any, difference in what it is. It's just kind of a status. Okay. Now, if I click on create invoice here, it's going to have the nice loaded animation here. It's going to slide back in smoothly, and then you should see we have the invoice right here inside of our home view. All right. So that's pretty much what we have for our home view here. Now, the other view is actually going to be the more detailed invoice view. So if I click on one of these invoices here, it's going to take us to the route of invoice, and then we can see we have the invoice number here, which matches what we have right here. All right, so on this view, we have a few different options here. We can go back, so we can hit the go back button right here, which will take us back to our home view. We have this little header section here, which displays the status of the invoice again. And then we have the ability to edit, delete, or mark it as paid. So for example, say you have this client pay this invoice, so we can go ahead and click mark as paid here. It'll change the status. If I go back, it's all going to be updated here. Okay, so say for example they didn't pay, we made a mistake. Let's go ahead and put that back to mark as pending. Okay, so we can also edit our invoice here. So if I click on edit, you can see we can change some things here. So let's just go ahead and say, we'll just span and put some M's down there to show you that. And say we want them to pay quicker, we want 30 days, and say we actually did some programming for them. So we'll say programming here, and let's say we charge 5 hours again, and we're going to say we're really expensive, we're going to charge $600. So we're a pretty expensive agency here. Okay, so if I update the invoice here, you'll see that my email has updated, the payment date has updated, and also our total right here is updated. All right, so we can go ahead and edit our invoice. Now, if we don't want this invoice anymore, we can also delete it by clicking the delete button right here. So if I click on delete, you can see that it's going to delete that invoice, and we're going to be redirected back to our invoice home here. All right, so that's what we're going to be building here. So let's go ahead and get started. Now, if you want to follow along with me, I uploaded the starting files to the GitHub repository, and you can find that link down below in the description. Now, once you're here, what you want to go ahead and do is come down to this drop down here, and you're going to go to the starting files branch, and you're simply going to go ahead and download this repository. Now, you can do that with a zip file, or you can open it up with GitHub Desktop, or you can go ahead and clone it, whatever you want to go ahead and do. Now, I already went ahead and did this. I downloaded the zip, so if we head over to VS Code here, you'll see that we'll have this folder right here with all the starting files. Now, the first thing I want to go ahead and do is actually open up my terminal here, and we need to install all the dependencies for this project. So what we can do is we could say npm and say I, and that's going to install all the dependencies that we need for our project here. So once that is all complete, what we can do next is actually spin up our local development server so that we can see all the changes that we're going to be making here for our project in our web browser. All right, so we're going to say npm run and scrve, and that's going to go ahead and spin up our local development server here, and we should see that on our local host here in just a few seconds, and there we go. So if I go ahead and click on this, it should open up in our browser here. You can see currently what we have in our starter repository is simply this blue background. All right, so before we go ahead and get started here, I want to kind of run you through what we have currently inside of this repository, the dependencies that we're using, in case you want to go ahead and start this off from scratch. All right, so let's go ahead and close this. So let's start off with our dependencies here. So inside of our package.json, all that we're pretty much using is we're using Vue 3, which we're using currently right now 3.0.11. And then the other dependency that we're using is this one called UID, which is going to create our unique IDs for our invoices and a few other things. And we have our Vue router, and we're also going to be using Vuex for our state management here. And that's pretty much about all we're going to be using. So let's head up into our SRC folder here. So we have all of our assets here that we're going to be using. So pretty much all SVGs. All right, nothing too crazy going on there. In our router file, currently all we have is our home route, and that's about it. In our store, we simply just have our default store here. And then for our views, we simply just have our home view, which has nothing in it. And then our app.view, this is where I've done a bulk of things for this repository. So we have our simple reset here. We're going to be using the Poppins font from Google. And then I have some default classes here. So I went ahead and styled all of our buttons. Now this is just some simple styling here, so I don't want to waste too much time on this in this project. So you can see here we have our button, just giving it some default padding, rounding the corners here, setting border none, font size, all that good stuff. Now we're going to be doing something like a bootstrap type of thing with our utility classes here, so you can see our bootstrap or tailwinds, whatever those things are, but we're not going to be using that. I just went ahead and created these to make things a little bit easier, as I didn't want to go ahead and use one of those for this project. Now, as you can see here, we just have all these classes for our background colors, so dark purple, red, purple, green, orange. And then for our utility classes here, since we are going to be using Flexbox a lot, it made sense to go ahead and use this, so we weren't using this display flex everywhere inside of our styling. I have flex column here for the flex direction, and then our container, which we're just setting to width 100%, max width of 850, center net putting that to the center with a margin 0 auto here, and then giving it some padding around the entire thing. And we're going to alter that a little bit here on our media query. And then we have our navlink class right here. And then here is where we actually have our status buttons. So if we head back over to our project here, you'll see that these are the status buttons right here. So how we're actually achieving this is we're using the before selector here, and we're just simply entering the content with the quotes, and then we're just giving it a width and height of 10 pixels, border radius to round it, and then separating that from the actual content here. And then we're going to be doing something similar for the colors here. You can see here we're going to use the paid class for the green color, pending for the orange, and then giraffe will be this nice gray. All right, and then in our main.js, this is the simple defaults that come with a Vue 3 project here. All right, so that is going to be it for our walkthrough here. So let's go ahead and actually get started by creating our first component here, which is going to be our navigation. So the first thing that we need to do here is create our components folder. So we're going to say a new folder within our SRC, and we're going to call this components. Okay, and inside of this components folder, we want to go ahead and create our navigation file. So we're going to say navigation.vue here. And let's go ahead and create our Vue template. And let's go ahead and start off with our markup here. So this is going to be a pretty simple component here. So we're going to start off with a header tag here. We're going to give this a class of flex. Now inside of this header tag, we're going to have pretty much one element, which is going to be our branding. So we're going to have a div with a class of branding here, and also we're going to say flex. Okay. And then we're going to have our image tag here, and we're going to say this is found in our assets. And then we're also going to have the file name here, which I can show you, which is going to be file invoice $solid.png. Okay, and that's simply going to be our markup here for this component. So pretty simple and pretty straightforward. And we're going to say name here, and we're going to do navigation. All right, now for our styling here, I'm going to go ahead and change these changes to be SCSS scoped here. And then let's go ahead and start off by styling our header. So we'll say our header tag here, and we first want to give this a Z index of 99. Now the reason why we're doing this is because we're going to have our modal slide in from the left, and we want it to come behind the navigation, not over the top of it. Okay, so we're going to say Z index of 99. We also want to give this a flex direction of row. Now by default, when we call the display flex using this class, it's already going to be a flex row, but we're going to be using a media query to set up a tablet first approach here. So we're going to have it be flex row by default, and then when it gets to a higher screen value, we're going to have it be a column. All right, and then we're going to give this a background color here of 1E2139, which is going to be a very dark purple. All right, and then we're going to have our media query here. So we're going to say at media, and what's going on here? We'll say min width here, and for this application, we're going to be using 900 pixels for our media queries. And at this width, we want to go ahead and set a min height of 100%. We're going to set a min width here of 90 pixels. We're going to set the flex direction to be a column here. And then we have our border, let's see, radius. We're going to set to 0 on the top left, 20 pixels on the top right, 20 pixels on the bottom right, and then 0 on the bottom left here. All right, so that's going to be our styling for our header tag. Now we need to work on our branding here, not banding. Branding, there we go. All right, so for this, what we want to go ahead and do is something very similar with our border radius. So we're going to say border radius. We're going to do 0, 20 pixels, 0. We're going to go ahead and just scroll down here a little bit to make this more visible. We're going to do a background color here of a very bright purple, which is going to be 7C5DFA. We want to justify the content to the center because we are using the display flex on here, so we do have access to justify our content to the center. And then we want to give this a padding around all sides of 24 pixels. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and add a media query here as well. So we're going to say at media, we'll do our min width here, and once again, 900 pixels. And we simply want to give this a width of 100% to fill out the available space when we are on our desktop and laptop view. All right, and then finally, we need to target our image here inside of branding. So we're going to give this a width value of auto, and we're going to provide it a height of 30 pixels. And that's going to be our navigation component. Now, we had this created, but we don't have it visible. If I go over to our application, you'll see here we don't have anything shown. That's because we still need to import this component into our application. So let's go ahead and do that. Now to import this component, we're going to be doing that here inside of our app.view. Now I want to go ahead and do a little bit of editing to our markup here inside of our app.view. So I want to go ahead and create an empty div here. And then we're going to have another div with a class of app. All right. And we're also going to display this as flex. Okay. Now inside of here, we're going to have our navigation, and we're also going to have another div with the class of app content. We're going to say, let's do flex and also flex column here. Okay. And this is where we're going to store our app content. So what I want to go ahead and do is take this router view right here, and we're going to add it into this div right here. Okay, so hopefully that kind of makes sense what we're doing here, and we'll be adding and editing this as we go along, but for now this is going to work just fine. So to import our component here, we obviously need to have our script tags here. We don't have those have that yet here in this component, so let's go ahead and create that. So we're going to say script, and we're going to use the JavaScript. So what we want to do here is you want to create a components right here. And then we need to define, or I guess I'm doing this kind of backwards, but it doesn't really matter. We're going to say we want to use a navigation component here. Now we want to also import this component inside of the script tag. So we'll say navigation here, and we're going to say from, and then we can go out of here. And actually, I think it's just one slash, and we're going to do components. And then we have our navigation component here. Okay, and like I mentioned here, what we want to do is we want to use this component inside of this div with a class of app. Okay, so we're going to paste that in there, and we're going to do that. Now, before we go ahead and look at this, I don't believe it's going to look very good right now. You can see right here, it looks like this. We need to do some styling to our app and our app content here inside of our style tags here. So what I want to go ahead and do here is we'll just go below our reset here, and we'll target our app here. And what we want to do is give this a background color of, let's see, 141625. And we did that here inside of the reset, which I'm going to get rid of, okay? Because that's going to override the navigation background color right here, which is why you're not seeing it currently within our application. So if I save this small change right now, you should see that we have this right here, okay? So let's continue with our styling here. So what we want to do as well is give this a min, let's do height of 100 VH, and then we want the flex direction to be a column here, okay? And then when we get to a minimum height of, let's see here, media, we'll do min width, and we're going to do our 900 pixels here. We'll set this to a flex direction of row. All right. And we could actually, you know what, to keep everything consistent here, I just realized we could actually just get rid of this. And we can do flex column right here as well, instead of defining that inside of our styling here. Okay, so that's going to be it for our app. Now we also have the class of app content I want to do some styling to while we're here. So I'm going to give this a padding of 0 on the top and bottom, 20 on the left and right. We're going to give this a flex value of 1, and we're going to position this relative. Okay, so now if I head over to our application, you should see that we're having this, which doesn't seem right. What did we do wrong here? Let me take a look. Now the problem appears to be that even though we set this min width to be 900 pixels here at flex row, the flex column class is still going to be in effect, and it's overriding this media query that we set. So there are two different things we could go ahead and do here. So first off, we could simply get rid of this class and just define it by saying flex column here, or I can simply just go ahead and do the important here. And that should go ahead and resolve our issue here as well, just to kind of keep everything consistent with our classes that we have here with flex column and flex. Okay, so that's what we're going to go ahead and do here. Simply just explicitly say important, so that this will be in effect and override what we currently have in our app, or sorry, in our flex class right here. Okay, so if we head back over to our navigation now, you should see that everything looks really great. You can see we have our branding right here and then our actual different colored background that goes all the way down to the bottom. And then if I inspect this here, you can see that it's going to convert over to a row once we get below 900 pixels. Now, as I mentioned a few times here, we're not going to be supporting mobile devices for our invoice application here. So what I want to go ahead and do is implement the ability to check the screen size. And once it gets to a certain view that we no longer want to display our application, I want to show this message to the user saying, sorry, this app is not supported on mobile devices. So let's go ahead and begin to implement this. So what we want to do is go into our app.view here, and inside of our script tag, I want to create our methods here. Okay. Now the method that we're going to be creating is called check, let's see here, screen. Okay. Now inside of here, what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to create a new variable, and we're going to say const window, let's see, width here. And we're going to set this equal to the window, and we're going to get the inner width here. Okay. And then what we want to do is we want to run a if check here. So what we want to say is if window width is less than or equal to 750, which is going to be 750 pixels, then we want to say, hey, the current user is on a mobile screen. So what we need to do is we need to create some data here. So we're going to say data, and we'll open this up, and we'll say return here, and we're going to create a data value called mobile. Okay, and by default, we're going to set this to null. All right, so inside of this condition, we simply want to go ahead and say this dot mobile is equal to true. All right, and then we're going to return out of here. All right, so if this is not true, then the user is not on mobile, so we're going to say this dot mobile equals false. All right, so that's going to be simply our method or function to go ahead and check the screen size. Now, obviously, this is not going to run itself, so we need to do a few things here. So the first thing I want to go ahead and do is create our lifecycle hook of created. So we can do that simply right below our components here. So we're going to say created here. And inside of the created lifecycle hook, what we want to go ahead and do is check the screen size by default. So we're going to say this dot check screen. Now, that works well, but what we also want to do is have some sort of listener that we can watch the screen size if it is getting resized. Now, if it's getting resized, we want to run that function. So inside of our created lifecycle hook, I'm also going to do a add event listener. So we're going to say window dot add event listener, and we're going to listen for the resize. And on the resize, we want to run this dot check screen here. All right, so now that we have all that set up, let's go ahead and implement into our markup the ability to show and hide something based upon this mobile value right here. So what we're going to do is on our div with the class of app right here, we're going to run a vif right here. So we want to say vif, and we're going to say if mobile is false, then we want to show this, okay? Otherwise, we're going to create another div here, and we're going to put the velse on here. And let's go ahead and pass it a few classes, and we're going to say mobile message. We're going to say flex, and also flex column here. All right, now inside of this div, we're going to have an h2, and it's going to say, sorry, this app is not supported on mobile devices. Jeez, I can't spell. All right, there we go. And to save some time here and trouble you guys from watching my horrible spelling, I'm just going to copy in the paragraph tag here. So it says, to use this app, please use a computer or tablet. Now, before we can go ahead and view this, I simply want to do a little bit of markup here. So what we're going to do is come right down below our app here, and we'll style up the mobile message here. Now, simply all I want to do is do a text align to the center. We want to justify content to the center and align items to the center here. And then we also want to give this a height of 100 VH here. And we're going to give this a background color of the same thing we have up here. So we're going to say 14165, and then we're going to give this a color of white here. Okay, and then the last thing I want to go ahead and do is set our paragraph tag here. So we're going to set our paragraph tag, and I want to give this a margin on the top, separate it from our header by 16 pixels here. All right, so now if I head back over to the application, you should see that once we get down below 750, we're going to see this value right here. And if I go ahead and resize it, that'll disappear. And then we're going to have our navigation shown, and then it's going to go back to going vertically here. So we have successfully went ahead and implement the ability to check if a user is on mobile, and then pretty much tell them, hey, that we're not going to be able to allow you to use this application if you're on a viewport this small. Now, this application is very dependent on our Firestore collection in order to populate our application here. So what I want to do next is I want to set up the ability to actually create a new invoice. So what we're going to work on here is this little header section right up here with our title, the amount of invoices, the filter by status section, and the new invoice button here. All right, so when we click on this new invoice, I want to create this modal right here that slides in and will allow us the ability to create a new invoice. So let's go ahead and start to work on this. So inside of our views folder here, we're going to have this file called home.view, which is where we're going to implement these things right here. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with our markup. So we're going to keep it as a div of the class of home, and I'm also going to pass it the class of container. All right, now what I want to do here is just put a comment, and we're going to say header. And then below this, we're going to have a div of the class of header, and we're also going to use the class of flex here. All right, and then inside of here, we're going to have a left-hand side and a right-hand side. So we're going to have two children of this div of the class of header. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say div with the class of left. Now this is also going to have the class of flex, and we're going to display this as a flex column here. All right. And then what I want to do as well is let's go ahead and create our right-hand side. So we're going to say right here, and then when we don't want this to be a flex column, we want that to be a row. All right. So inside of our div of the class of left, what we're going to do here is we're going to have our H1, and we're going to have this say invoices. And then we're going to have our span tag here, and we're going to have it say there are. And for right now, we're going to hard code this, but later on, we'll go ahead and dynamically output the number of invoices we have in our application. So for now, I'm just going to say 4 total invoices here. Okay, and that's going to go ahead and do it for the left-hand side. Pretty simple. Now for the right, this is going to contain our filter by status and also the actual new invoice button here. All right, so let's start off. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a div with the class of filter, and we're going to also have the class of flex. And then what I also want to do is put a ref attribute on here, and we're going to say filter. Okay. And then what I want to do is we're going to have a click handler on here, which is going to toggle the filter method or the filter view that we're going to create. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a function called toggle filter menu. Okay, and let's go ahead and open this div with the class of filter up. So what I want to do is create a span tag here, and we're going to say, let's do filter by, let's see, sta status here. Okay, and then later on, we're going to go ahead and dynamically output what we're going to be filtering it by, but for now, this will work just fine. So what we want to do next is we want to have our actual image tag here, because we're going to be using a asset here, which I believe is the arrow down. So I'm going to go ahead and rename this and get a hold of the name. And we're simply going to target the @ and we'll say assets here. And then we're going to have our icon arrow down.svg there. All right. And then what I want to do next inside of here is actually create our dropdown. So what we're going to do, or how we're going to create this, is we're going to have a UL, and it's going to have the class of filter menu here. And inside of here, what I also actually on this UL tag, I want to do a vShow, and we want to only show this if the data value that we haven't created yet of filter menu is true. All right. And then inside of here, we're going to have some list items. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this down 4 times, or 3 times total, or 3 times 4 total. And we're going to have all of our statuses here. So we'll say draft. We have pending, paid, and then we're also going to have an option to clear our filter here. All right, so that's going to be our filter menu here. So what we also need to create is our button still. So let's go ahead and create a new div. It's going to have the class of button and also flex here. And let's see, we also want to add a click handler on here as well, which is going to trigger the opening of our invoice modal. So we haven't created this yet or any of these yet, but I just want to have that on there. Okay, and then inside of here, we're going to have a div with the class of inner button, and this is also going to have flex. Okay, and then we want to have our image tag here, which is going to have slash assets, assets, and we want to look for the icon plus SVG. So I'm gonna go ahead and rename that, get a hold of that, copy this, and we'll paste that in right there. And then outside of this inner button, we want to have a span tag here, and we're gonna have it say new invoice here. And that should go ahead and do it for our markup. So if we head over to our application, you should see that we're going to have probably this mess right here. So let's go ahead and address that by actually doing some styling to our header section here. Now, just below our script tag here, we're going to go ahead and create our style tag. So we're going to say our SCSS scope. And we're going to start off by targeting our home class. And all I want to do on here is pass the color of white. And simply what that's going to do is going to make all the text in here white, which already looks a lot better. Okay. And then next up, I want to go ahead and target our header class here. And we're going to give this a margin bottom of 65. Now, this isn't going to do anything at the moment, but once we start actually adding our invoice component, what it's going to do is separate the header from those components. So there's a nice little space between the two and they're not on top of each other. Now, inside of our header here, we have our left and we have our right class. Now, these are both displayed as flex, and we want these to take up equal amounts of space within our actual view here. Right now, they're not taking up equal amounts of space. This one's 200 pixels wide, and this one, I believe, is like something like 265. So on our container class here, we have the max width of 850 pixels. So what we need to do to actually have these fill up the whole amount of space and take up equal amounts is pass the value of flex here and say 1. So that'll make them take up equal amounts of space, and you can see that's defined right here as well. So that looks a lot better. Now, the next thing I want to go ahead and do is actually target our right-hand side here. So for the left, we're not going to do anything. It's pretty simple. We're not going to actually target the H1 or the span tag, so we're going to leave that as it is by default, and we're going to work on the right-hand side. So what I want to do here is I want to justify the content to the flex end, and I want to align the items to the center here. Okay. And then what I want to do is I want to target our button class and our filter, and we're going to simply align the items to the center as well. And then inside of here, we have a span tag that I want to go ahead and target, and we want to make these font sizes, and we're going to say 12 pixels right there. Okay. And then let's go ahead and save that. Now, below this shared styling on a button and filter, I want to go ahead and just simply target our filter now. And what we're going to do here is position this relative, because what we're going to be doing is we have this UL, which we're going to be positioning absolute to our filter here. Okay. So what we're also going to do is we're going to give this a margin on the right-hand side to separate it from our button by 40 pixels here. And if I go over, you'll see that now look like this. So things are starting to look a lot better already here. So what we want to do next is we want to have our span tag here, because when we click on it, we need to make sure that we're actually clicking on the actual div here. So what we can do is on the span tag, we can pass pointer events and put those to none, as well as on the image as well. So that way they act as when the mouse clicks on it, they don't exist. So hopefully that makes sense. You'll see that when we actually add the function to actually toggle the filter menu. I'll take that off and I'll show you what it looks like when we don't have this property on. So what we're going to do is we're going to say our span and our image here. We're going to put pointer events to none. Okay. And then next up, I want to target our image here. And we want to give this a margin on the left of 12 pixels to separate it from our text. We want to give this a width of 9 pixels and a height of 5. Okay, and that should go ahead and do it for that styling right here. So we have our filter by status. Now we want to go ahead and actually create our drop down menu here. So we need to style that up. So what I want to do is we're going to say filter menu here. We want to give this a specific width or a defined width of 120 pixels. We want to set this to position, let's see, absolute here. And we want to go ahead and say top. So we want to position it from the top of where we're positioning absolute to by 25 pixels. Okay. And then we want to say list style on here and set this equal to none. Give this a background color of 1E2139 here, which is going to be a similar color we're going to use throughout the application. And we're also going to paste in a box shadow here. And there we go. I'm just going to go ahead and paste that in here. So that should do it for our filter menu as a whole. Now, what I want to do is actually target our LI items in here. So we're going to say, have this be a cursor pointer. Give this a font size of 12 pixels here. And we want to give this a padding for each one of our list items of 10 pixels on the top and bottom, and then 20 pixels on the left and right here. And what we also want to do is you want to add a hover effect here. So we're going to say and hover. And what we want to say here is we want to give the color of the text. We want to make it the color of the background color here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have the background color of the list item become white here. So if we go over to our application, you're not going to see that because currently we are hiding the filter menu here because we don't have this data defined, because right now it's equating to false because it doesn't exist. So what we can do to show you how this looks is if we come down to our export default here, we're going to say data, and we want to return this. And let's go ahead and simply say filter menu, and we're going to set that equal to null. So if I do that, you'll see that it's still not going to be shown. But if I change this to true, what will happen is you'll see that we have our filter menu here, and we can hover over these and it all looks great. And that box shadow just goes ahead and separates it a little bit from the background here and makes it stand out a lot more. Okay, so there is our filter by status. So let me go ahead and put that back to null. Now, the last thing we need to work on here is actually our buttons. So let's head down to our styling here, and just below filter, I'm going to target our button here. Now, for our button class here, we already have some of this defined inside of our app.view. So we are going to be changing a few things, but for a lot of the styling you'll see here, we don't need to do anything because we already have this button class defined inside of our app.view. All right, so what I want to do here is we're going to give this a, let's see, padding value here, and we're going to say 8 pixels, and we're going to do 10 pixels on the left and right. So 8 on the top and bottom, 10 on the left and right here. And what we want to do is give this a background color, and we're going to say 7 C5DFA, which is that bright purple we've already went and used for our actual branding and our logo on our navigation. And the last thing I want to go ahead and do here is give this a border radius of 40 pixels here. Now inside of this button class, we have a class called inner button here. All right. And what we want to do is, if you recall, if we head back up to our markup here, we have this inner button set to flex as well. So inside of here, I'm going to pass the margin right value of 8 pixels. We're going to give this a border, let's see, radius of 50%. Oops. And we're going to give this a padding on all sides by 8 pixels here. Okay. And then I'm going to align the items to the center, and we're also going to justify content to the center. And we're going to give this a background color of FFF here. All right. And then inside of here, we have our image. So we're going to say IMG, and we're going to do a width. And we're going to set that to 10 pixels, and we're also going to have the height be 10 pixels as well. So that should go ahead and do it for our styling here. So if we head over to our application, we should see we have this nice button right here. But obviously when we click on it, we don't have anything happening. So we need to set up our functionality to actually click on this invoice and slide over our modal. And we also need to set up the ability to click on the filter by status and toggle the filtered menu. Now, the two functions that we need to create here are going to be our toggle filter menu and also our new invoice. Now, I realized when I was going back through my code, we actually do not need to have this pointer events on our span and image tag. I actually went ahead and overcomplicated things in my initial demo here. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove that. And we also no longer have a need for this filter ref on our filter menu. So I want to go ahead and start off by getting rid of that, as we do not need it any longer. So now the two functions that we need to create here are new invoice and toggle filter menu. So we haven't defined our methods yet, so let's go ahead and do that. Now for our new invoice function, we don't have the modal created to really implement any type of functionality, but what I do want to do is just actually create this function and have it empty in our methods here. So we'll just go ahead and have an empty function here. Now, the one function that we can create is going to be our toggle filter menu, which is actually going to be a very simple function. So just below our new invoice here, I'm going to paste in this name of toggle filter menu here. And all we want to do each time we click on it is alter the value of filter menu from true to false. Now, the easiest way to do that is by saying this dot filter menu, which is going to refer to this data right here. And we want to set it equal to the opposite of this dot filter menu, which is going to be like a switcher. So every time I click on it, it's going to go from false to true, and then it's going to go from true to false. So we can actually see this in action if we head over to our application now. And if I click on the filter by status, you can see that when we click on this, we have the pop-up appear. And if I click on it again, it'll go ahead and disappear. And if I go ahead and select on one of the items, it'll go ahead and disappear as well. Okay, so what I also want to do is, because currently right now it doesn't have a cursor over it, and I think it looks a little bit weird. So what we can do is here on the filter, we can actually do, I believe, a whole cursor pointer on this, and that should be good. Let me go. Actually, that's a filter menu. That's not going to work. We want it to be on the actual filter itself. So let's just do cursor and do pointer like that. So now if we head over here, we should see that we're going to have this cursor pointer right there, and that is going to be our filter menu. Now, in order to actually create our invoice, we need to work on actually creating our invoice modal. So let's go ahead and start to work on that. Now here inside of our components folder, let's begin by creating our invoice modal. So we'll say invoice modal, and we'll do .view, and let's start off with our view template tags here. And let's go ahead and give this a name. So we'll say name, and we'll just say invoice modal. And then I also want to import, or I should say paste in all the data that we're going to be using inside of our markup to bind our input values to the data that we're going to send over to Firebase. So to save some time, I just want to paste those in because there is quite a bit. So you can either pause the video here and you can type all these out, or you can just head over to the finished repository and you can go ahead and grab these as well. All right, the link will be down below in the description for that, as I mentioned earlier on in the video. Now, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and begin with our markup here. So what I first want to do is create a div with a class of invoice wrap here. We're also going to apply flex, and we're going to give this a flex column. Okay, and then I want to pass a few things along with this. So we're going to do a click event here. So we're going to say at click, and we're going to run the function of check. Let's see, click here. And we haven't created any of these functions yet, but I just want to go ahead and put these in here so we don't have to come back and apply these when we go to create these actual functions in our methods below. And then I also want to pass a ref attribute here, which is going to be called invoice wrap. All right, and you'll see why we're going to be using that later. Now inside of this div, we're going to create a form, and we're going to give it a class of invoice content. And we don't need a form action here, but what we do need to do is when we submit this form, we want to run a function called submit form. Now, by default, when you submit a form, it's going to refresh the page. So we don't want to do that because then we're going to lose all of our data. We want to prevent the default from happening. So how we can do that with Vue and on the pretty much on any click handler here or any type of event, you can pass the prevent here to prevent the default from happening with whatever you're doing. In our case, it's going to be preventing the default when the form submits. Okay. Now inside of here, we want to start off with our header. So it's going to be our H1, and we're going to call this new invoice. Okay. Now the first section we're going to be creating here, I'm going to go ahead and comment this out, is going to be for our bill from section here. So what we want to do is we're going to have a div with the class of bill from. We're going to apply flex and also flex column. Now inside of here, we're going to have an H4, and it's going to say bill from. And now we're going to have to create our inputs here. So to do this, what we want to do is go down to the next line here, and we're going to have another div, and this is going to have the class of input, flex, and also flex column here. Now inside of this input class, we're going to have a label, and we're going to say for, so this is going to be for the first data here, which is going to be the biller street address. So I'm going to copy this right here, going to paste that in, and we're going to put inside the label street address here. Okay. And then what we want to do is create our input here. So we're going to say input, which we're going to have a type of text, and we want to apply a few other things to this. So we want to first off use the required. So we're not going to be doing any sort of validation beyond some required attributes here on our input, just to make it a little simple. We could do some really in-depth validation, but to keep this project simple and within time means, I just went ahead and use the regex required method here. We're just going to look at the input and make sure that it's filled out. Okay, so that's the only validation we're going to be doing here. Now what we need to do is pass it an ID here, so that if we click on the label, we can actually get put into the input here. So we're going to pass the ID the same value that we have for our label 4 here. And then the last thing we want to do is attach a vModel, which is how we're going to bind whatever a user types into this input to our data down here. So we're going to say v-model, and we'll say biller street address. Now what we need to do here is we're going to have something very similar in a second to this right here. So most of this form and this modal will consist of this div structure right here, the class of input, a label, and then an input. Okay, but for the next portion of this, we're going to actually have, if I come over to a new invoice, you'll see that it's going to be a 3 column row here. So we need to go ahead and create that. So it's going to be a little bit of a different structure than just a street address right here. So what we want to do is we're going to have a div with the class of, let's see, location here. Location details, and we're also going to apply the class of flex. Now inside of here, we're going to have 3 of our inputs. So I'm just going to go and copy this down 3 times, and then we'll save that, and then I'll simply just go 1, 2. Now, we obviously need to change some things out here. So we want to change this to biller city. So we'll say biller, and we'll say city. And we want to change the label here to say city. And then we want to change the for attribute here to the same thing. And then we also want the vModel to be biller city. Next up, we're going to have our zip code here. So we're going to say biller, and then we'll do zip code, which is camel case like that, and then we'll just come over here to our actual label content, and then we'll say zip code here as well. And then we need to change that out here and also right here. Okay, and to speed some things up here, so next thing we need is going to be our biller country. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that from right here, and then we can just go ahead and paste that in here, and here, and here, and then we can change the label value in here to say, let's see, CO country. Okay, and that's going to be it for our bill from section. Now the next section that we need to create is going to be the bill to. Now just outside of our bill from section here, I'm going to do a few line breaks, and we're going to go ahead and add a new comment here, and we're going to say bill, and we'll say to. Okay, and then let's add a new div here, which is going to have the class of bill to. We're going to say flex, and then also flex column here. Now inside of here is going to be the same exact structure for the most part. So what we want to do is we're going to get an H4 here, and we're going to say bill to, and then we're going to have all of our inputs here. So if we head back over to this, you can see we're going to have 3 just single row inputs here. So let's go ahead and create those. So what I'm going to do to speed things up is just simply copy one of these, and what we'll do is we'll do 1, I'll save that, and we can just duplicate that down 2 more times here. So if we head down to our data here, first off, we're going to want the client name. So we'll just come over here and change out this, and put that like that. And then we need to change the label here to say, oops, we'll say client's name here. The next one we're going to do is a client email. So let's just copy this right here, and we'll say client email like that. And we'll just say client's email. And then the last one we need here is going to be for the client's street address. So let's just copy this. Let's get this. let's put that here, and we'll just say street address, and I think we should capitalize that as well. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is something very similar, which is going to be our location details. So to pretty much copy this is the best way we can go ahead and speed things up here, because it's going to be exactly the same, and then we'll just edit out the IDs and the 4 attributes on our labels. So let's just go ahead and shrink this up and copy that here, and just below our div, let's go ahead and paste that in. So instead of it being the client, let's see, I think the client city, the biller city, we're going to change this to client city. So we'll say client city, and client city, and we can leave the labels content as city, zip code, and country. So then next up, we're going to want to do client zip code here, like that. And then lastly, we want to do the client country here. All right, let's go ahead and grab that like this, and there we go. Now, before we continue on here, what I want to go ahead and do is start to actually insert this modal into our application, because right now, if we go over to our app, if we click on new invoice, we don't really see anything, and I kind of want to show you visually what we're doing here as we go along. So I think at this point, I want to go ahead and quickly add this to our application here. So to do that, let's head over to our app.view here. And just like we went ahead and imported our navigation component, we need to do the same thing here for invoice modal. So let's go ahead and say right below our import navigation, we'll say import, and we'll say invoice modal from, and then we'll do our path here. So we'll say /components, and then we'll do invoice modal. Then let's go ahead and register this invoice modal. And where we want to go ahead and insert this is going to be inside of our app content div here. All right, so we'll go ahead and say like that. Now we're just going to leave it like this for now. Eventually we're going to be using our store and our state management to actually toggle the modal on and off, but since we're just actually creating the markup and all the styling, it's fine to leave it as it is for right now. So if we head back over to our application now, we should be able to see that we have all the markup that we've created so far for our invoice here. Now continuing on with our markup here, just below our bill to section, we're going to create our next section here, which is going to be our invoice work details. Okay, and then we're going to have our div here, which is going to have the class of invoice-work. We're going to apply flex and also flex column here. Now inside of here, we're going to have a div, which is going to be a two column row for our payment details, such as the invoice date and the payment due date. Okay, so we're going to have a div with a class of payment here, not payment, and then we're going to also apply flex here. And now for these two, they're going to be very similar to how we have our div up here. So what I want to do is copy this one time, and then we'll paste it in here. And then let's go ahead and paste this down one more time. Now, instead of it being client name, we're going to go down here and we want to get the invoice date. Let's see, invoice date right here. Let's go ahead and grab that. So we'll say invoice date. And what I could actually do is all at the same time. I'm actually taking a lot longer to do that than I should. And then we want to pass invoice date in here. Now, one thing that we want to do for this is actually disable this input here, okay? Because we're going to be generating the invoice date and the payment due date ourselves, so we don't want the user to be able to type anything in here, so we can avoid them doing that by putting the disabled attribute here on the input itself. Okay, and then the next portion we want to go ahead and do is going to be the payment due date, which is the value is going to be right down here. And I'll explain to you why we have the payment due date in Unix right here. We're going to be using that for actually generating our date. Okay, so we'll have just copy all these and do payment due date here, and then we're going to say, let's go payments due. There we go. And that should do it for our payment here. So let me go ahead and collapse that up here. Now, the next thing we're going to be working on is going to be our payment terms, which is going to be in a single row. So if I head back over here, you can see that the payment terms and description are going to be single row inputs here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is actually go back up here and let's grab one of these because this is what it's going to mimic the most. And let's paste this down, and then let's go ahead and, oops, that's too many. Let's go ahead and duplicate that like that. Okay, so this one's going to be for the actual payment terms here. So let's go down to our data here and we're going to get payment terms. And we'll replace the for here as we have for all of them. We'll say payment terms. And then the label will say payment terms. And you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. This is actually going to be a select. So let's go ahead and say selection. We'll say select here, and then we need to get rid of this, and then we need to end it here. And inside of here, we're going to actually have some options. So we're going to pass in an option tag here, and the value is going to be 30 for 30 days. And then we want to pass the actual text in here and say net 30 days like that. And let's copy and paste this down once more, and we'll replace this with 60. And then replace the 30 with 60 as well. Okay, so that should be our payment term selection right there. Hopefully we didn't mess anything up there, because I did mess that up in the beginning here. So what we want to do next is going to be our product description. So let's go ahead and grab that from our data down here. So this one, that's the only one that's going to be different. This should all be the same like we've been normally doing here. And then what we want to do is we're going to give it a... We're going to copy all this. We're going to say product description here. And then what we'll do is just copy and paste this in. We'll capitalize the P there and then put a space to save some time. And there we go. That is going to be our product description. Now, the next thing we're going to be working on is going to be our list items, which are going to be these right here. So we're going to add this section in right here. So let's go ahead and just close these up here. Now what we want to do is we're going to go right below our input here, and we're going to say div, and we're going to go work items as a div class name. And then we want to have inside of here an H3, which we're going to have it say item list. All right. And then we're going to actually create a table here. So we're going to go ahead and open our table tags, and we're going to pass this the class of item list. All right. And then inside of this table, we want to have our table row for our heading. So we're going to have a TR, and we're going to pass this the class of table heading like that. And then inside of here, we're going to have our table headers. So we're going to have TH, and then we're going to pass this the class of item, let's do dash name. And we're going to say in here, item name. And let's go ahead and copy this down 3 more times. And then we're going to have the second one here have a class of quantity. So QTY or QTY. Oh my God, that was bad. And then we'll say QTY. It's like a tongue twister there for some reason for me. And then let's go ahead and say price. And we'll do price inside of here. And then the last one's going to be our total. Okay. So total, and then we'll do total right here. All right, so that's going to be it for our first table row. Now the second table row is going to be dynamic. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have the ability to add items to our invoice item list array right here. And for each one we have, we're going to iterate through and create a table row. Now how we can iterate through a list and actually output content is with a v-for loop on the table row. So what we're going to do is we're going to say tr here, and we're going to give this a class of table items, okay? And we also want to pass along flex here. And I forgot to put flex up here as well. Let's go ahead and pass that up there. All right. Now, on this tr, what we want to do is we're going to pass a v-for here. So we'll say v-for. Now, how we do this is we want to create the item that we want to iterate through. So we're going to almost refer to it as a v-for loop, but it's like the view way to do this. So we're going to say item, and then we're also going to pass an index value here, because you have to have an index value. Otherwise, you don't need an index value, but it's easier to use an index value on your key, because you need to have a key for whenever you're iterating through or using a v-for loop. Otherwise, you're going to get an error. All right, so we're going to say for each item in our invoice item list right here, and then we also need to pass a key. So I'm going to go ahead and say :key, and we're going to bind that with the index value here. And you can see once we do that, we're going to get rid of that error. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to copy these right here to save some time. And what I want to do is we're going to come inside this table row right here, and we're going to save this. And instead of it being a TH, what I want to do is we're going to change this to a TD for table data. Now, instead of having the item name in here, we're actually going to have an input. So we're going to go ahead and say our input tag here. And we're going to have it be a type of text, but we're going to v-model our input to our item value here, because inside of this invoice item list, we're going to have objects, and each of the objects are going to have the property of the item name, the quantity, the price, and the total. So this may not make sense right now, but once we create our actual once we actually create the objects inside of the invoice items list, it'll make a little bit more sense. But for now, what we're going to say here is we're going to go model, and we're going to say for item, because we can reference that item right here, which is what we're iterating through, and I hit the mic, sorry about that. And we want to say item name, which is the value or the name of the value we're going to pass along inside of this array later on, okay? Hopefully that makes sense and isn't too confusing. Now I'm going to copy this down because we're going to want to do this for the other options here. So for our quantity, we're going to paste this in here. So we're going to have item, and it's going to be QTY. And then we want to do the same thing for the price, and we actually want to get rid of that text in there as well. Get rid of that as well. And then we want to do the same thing for the price here. So we're going to say that the v-model here is going to be item.price. Okay. Now the next option we're going to have here is going to be our total. So how we're going to get our total, and I also want to pass the value of flex on here. Now how we're going to get our total is we're going to take the item quantity value and we're going to times it by the item price here. And I made a mistake right there before it gives us an error. And that's how we're going to get our total value here. So what we can do is inside of our table data, we're going to do our money sign, and we're going to go ahead and do our brackets here so we can actually reference some our numbers inside of here. And we're going to say item dot total is going to equal item dot QTY, and we're going to multiply this by item dot price here. And I'll explain this more as we go along and actually create the functionality here for actually creating a new item or a new object inside of this array. It'll make a little bit more sense then. Right now it may be a little confusing, and I apologize for that. So after this, we also want to pass our image here so that we can go ahead and delete this. So we're going to have an image, and then we're going to pass it the src value of at assets, and we're going to say icon dash delete dot svg here. Okay. And then what we're also going to do is we're going to create a function on here. We're going to say at click, and we're going to call this delete invoice item. And we're going to pass along the item.id that is created when we go ahead and actually create a new invoice item here, so that we can go ahead and delete it. So as I mentioned, with all of the functions we applied here so far, we haven't created those, but I wanted to go ahead and do that so that we don't have to come back here and add those later on. All right. Now, the last thing that we need to do is we have all this completed, but we need to have our button here so that we can actually create a new invoice item. Now, we're not going to create the functionality just yet, but we need to actually have the button to do so. And if I show you what we have currently, you'll see that it doesn't look pretty, but this is what we have. And we need to go ahead and add this button right here, which is going to add a whole new row of our items here. All right. So let's go over right below our table. Still inside of our work items here, we're going to go ahead and create a new div with the class of flex and also the class of button here. Okay. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to have an image inside of this div. So we're going to say image, and we're going to look for, or in our assets folder. And to save some time, I don't know why I typed out the last one. Let's just go over to our assets here, and we're going to say the icon plus, and we're going to copy that, and we'll say like that. And then what we want to do inside of here is we're going to have the text of, let's see here, we'll go down a line, add new item like that. Okay. And then what we want to do is pass on this div right here. We're going to pass a click handler, and we're going to run the function of add new invoice item here. All right. So that should go ahead and do it for our work items. Now, if we head over to our application here, you're not going to see much of a difference. You will see that new button here, and obviously when you click on it, nothing's happened because we haven't got to adding the functionality yet. All right. Now, the last thing we need to go ahead and do is actually create our buttons down here to discard. We either save our invoice as a draft or also create an invoice here. Okay, so just below our invoice work here, let's go ahead and create our last section, which is going to be our save and exit buttons here. So let's go ahead and comment this, and we'll just say save/exit here. Okay, and let's go ahead and create a div with the class of save, and we're also going to pass along flex here. And we're going to have a div with a class of left, and we're also going to have a div with a class of right here. And the right hand side is going to have flex on it. So on the left hand side, what we want is we're going to create a button here, and this button is going to have a class of red. Now, if you recall, we had these colored classes in our app.view right below our button here. So we have all these different color buttons that we're going to be using. So that's where I'm referencing that class from. Okay. So let's go back over here. So on this class, what we want to go ahead and do is pass a click event here. And we want to go ahead and say close invoice here. And then we want to pass the actual value in here of cancel inside of our button. Now on the right hand side, we want to have another button here. And this is going to have the class of purple. And we're going to say, let's see here. Actually, this is going to be dark purple. Let's see, dark purple. And then we want to have the click event on this one to save draft. And then we want to pass the value inside of the button as save, let's see, draft here. All right, let's go ahead and create another one right here. And instead of it saying save draft, we'll say publish invoice. And we're going to say a class of purple, and then we're going to go ahead and put the content in here of create invoice here. And that should go ahead and do it for our markup. So I know that was a lot and might have been confusing, especially here in the invoice work details, but that is going to be all the markup we need here for our invoice modal. So we take a look at what we have right now. It is obviously not going to be pretty. The only thing that looks good are going to be the buttons here. So let's go ahead and begin to actually work on making this look a lot better and adding some styling to it. Now, the first thing that I want to go ahead and do here is just simply remove these style tags, and let's go ahead and grab the ones that have the SCSS scope. Now, I could add that on there by myself, but it's just quicker to do it this way. So first off, I want to target our class of invoice wrap here. Now, we're going to target it first off on a tablet view. Okay, so what we want to do here is say position and set this to fixed. Now, if you recall, if we go to our app.view, we have the invoice modal inside of this div with the app content class. And if we go down to our styling there, you can see that this is position relative. So we're going to position this or our invoice modal fixed to the position of our app content here. Okay. So let's go ahead and continue on here. So we want to say top is set to 0, and we're going to say left is set to 0 here. Okay. And we're going to give it a background color of transparent. And then we want to give it a width of 100% and a height of 100 VH here. And the overflow we're going to set to scroll. And now we're going to set a media query up here. So we're going to say at media, and I spelled that wrong. We'll do min width here, and we're going to say 900 pixels. And let's go ahead and open up our brackets here. And then we want to go ahead and say left, and we're going to say 90 pixels. Now, the reason why we're doing left 90 pixels is because we have the navigation. And if you recall, we set the min width on our navigation here. If I go over to a minimum width of 90 pixels, so we don't want that overlapping the navigation. We want it left 90 pixels. So by setting our invoice modal to left by 90, it's going to position it right alongside our navigation there. Okay. Now, outside of our media query here, we're going to target our invoice content. So we're going to say invoice, and we'll say content here. So we want to position this relative, and we want a padding around the entire thing here. If my keyboard allows me to type out that here, we'll say padding 56. Now we want to give this a max width of 700 pixels, but we also want to say width and set it to 100%. So the max it'll take up is 700 pixels, but it can also be 100% up of the space available. Okay. Now for the background color here, let me go ahead and scroll down a little bit. We're going to say background color. We're going to use 141625. Then we want the color here to be white. And we're going to use a custom box shadow to make this modal pop from the background that we have currently on our application here. So we'll say box shadow, which we're going to have 10 pixels, 4 pixels, 6 pixels, -1 with a RGBA value of an opacity of 20% black. And then we have the secondary shadow right here. So it's just easier for me to copy and paste it and then type all that out. Now, the next thing I want to go and target is some of our headers here. So inside of the invoice content, we have an H1, which I'm going to give a margin bottom of 48 pixels, which our H1 is going to be for our new invoice title right there. So we'll say margin bottom 48, and then we'll give that a color of white. Okay, and then what we want to do here is target our H3. Then we're going to do a margin bottom here of 16 pixels. We're going to give this a font size of 18 pixels, and we're going to pass it a color here of 777 F98. Okay, and then lastly, I want to go ahead and target our H4 here, and we're going to give this a color of 7, let's see, I think it's a 7C5 DFA, and we want to give this a slightly smaller font size. We're going to say 12 pixels, and we want to do a margin bottom of 24 pixels. Now, if you recall, these H4s are used inside of our bill to and our bill from, and then the H3 is going to be used inside of our work items div right here. Okay, so if we save that and take a look, you should already see things are starting to look a lot better here. Okay, so you can see that we have all this and it looks a lot better already. It's formatted, and now we need to actually work on styling our inputs here. So let's go ahead and actually work on our inputs. So let's go right below invoice content here. And we're gonna go ahead and say, let's see, we'll say input here. And we want to give our inputs here. Let me just go ahead and expand some of these selectors on my style sheet here. We want to give this a margin bottom of 24 pixels for each one of our input to have that separation between them. Then we want to target our label here, and we want to give this a font size of 12 pixels and a margin bottom of 6 pixels here. All right, and then we want to specifically target our input and our select here. Okay, now for these, we want to go ahead and pass the width value of 100%. We're going to give it a background color of number 1E2139. We're going to give it a color of white for the text. We want to give it a border, let's see, radius here of 4 pixels to round the inputs on each corner by 4. We're going to give it a padding value here of 12 pixels on the top and bottom, 4 on the left and right. And then we want to go ahead and set the border to none here. Now we also want to target the focus on these inputs to get rid of that nasty outline. So we're going to say and focus here. And we simply want to go ahead and do outline and set that to none. Now if we save that, you should see a drastic difference in our form already. You can see that it looks so much better already with the new styling here. So we have the background color change and the label set to blue. So things are starting to come along here. So first up, what I want to go ahead and do, we're going to start from the top bottom here. We're going to work on our bill from and our bill to sections. So let's head back over to our style sheet here. And let's scroll up here, and we're going to open up the invoice content once more, and we're going to go right below our H4 here. Now I'm going to have a comment just to go ahead and separate this out. We're going to say bill to / bill from here. All right, and this is going to be some pretty simple styling. So we're going to target our bill to and our bill from classes here. And we want to go ahead and put a margin bottom on each of these of 48 pixels to have some separation between the two sections. And then if you recall, we have the location details class in here. Let's see if I can spell. Okay. And we want to go ahead and put a property on here called gap. Now, when you use Flex, you can use the gap property to set a gap in between each one of the children. So we're going to say a gap of 16 pixels here. And then what we want to do is target each one of our divs inside of the location details, and we want it to take up an equal amount of space. Similarly, or I guess very similar, if I can speak, sorry about that, very similar to how we did in our home view here with the actual, or where was it, with the left and right here. We're going to pass it the value of flex 1 so that they all take up equal amounts of space. So all three of them will take up the same amount of space available. So we'll say flex, and we'll set that to 1. And now if we head over here, you should see that now these are all equal spaced, and there is a lot more separation between the sections here. Okay, so that's starting to come along. Now, next up, we're going to focus on the invoice work here. So let's head back to our style sheet here, and let's collapse this. And we'll go right below the bill to and bill from, and we'll put a new comment here, which will be invoice work. And let's go ahead and target our invoice work section here. Okay. And now the first class I want to target is going to be our payment. And we're going to provide a gap between these two children of 24 pixels. And we're going to do something very similar. And we're going to say div, and we're going to pass the flex value here of 1. Okay. And that's going to be it for our payment. Now below this, we have our work items here. So we're going to say work, and we'll do items. And what we want to go ahead and do here is we're going to target our class of item list. And we want to go ahead and give this a width of 100%. Now the class of item list is going to be our table here. So if I scroll back up, and inside of the invoice work, if you come down to our table here, you can see the table has a class of item list. So we want to go ahead and explicitly say take up 100% of the room available. All right. So now we need to do some styling to our table rows and table headers. So let's come back down here. Now inside of our item list selector here, let's go ahead and target, or put a new comment here, and we're going to say item table styling. Okay, and we're going to target the table heading, and we also want to target the table items here. Okay, now what we want to go ahead and do here is provide the gap property again. We're going to say 16 pixels, and we want the font size to be 12 pixels here. All right, now we had a class with the name of item name on here, and we want to provide the flex basis here to be 50%. Next up, we had the quantity, so QTY or QTY, and we want to pass this the flex basis of 10%. Now what we're going to be doing here is for all 4 of these, we're going to have a total 100%. So this is 50% of the space, this is going to be 10. Then we have the price, and we're going to have this take up 20%. And then finally we have our total here. So we're going to say CTOTAL, and we're going to say flex basis, and we're going to put 20%, and we also want to align the self to the center here because we pass flex to that one as well. Okay, now below this, or below our table styling here, let's go ahead and target our table items directly here, and we want to position this relative, and then we want to give it a margin bottom of 24 pixels here. Okay, now if you recall, we have that image. Now I don't want that image to be a part of the flex children, so we're going to position that absolute. So we're going to target the image here, which is why we gave the table items a position a relative. So what we're going to say here is position, let's see, absolute. We're going to give it a top of 15 pixels. We're going to give it a right value of 0. We want to give it a width of 12 pixels and a height of 16 pixels. Now, the last thing that we need to do is going to be our button here. So, or then we have to also do a little bit of styling on our save buttons here. But right now we should see that things are starting to look a lot better. So you can see that currently this is going to be the view of our item list, which that one shouldn't be centered. So I think we messed something up along the way. Let me go ahead and take a look at that. Yes, I did miss something here. So let's see here. We want to go right above table items here, and we're going to say table heading, and we want to say a margin on the bottom here of 16 pixels. And for our TH, I want to text align these to the left-hand side. So if I go check that out now, that looks a lot better. Okay. So with that all done, we need to work on this button right here, which is pretty simple. We already have the default styling for it pretty much all taken care of. So what I want to do is come outside. I believe we don't want to be inside of the item list anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and collapse that. We want to go right outside of here. We're going to target our button here. And what we want to do in here is we want to pass it the color of white. We want to give this a background color of 252945. We want to align the items to the center and also justify the content to the center here. And we want to have this take up 100% of the width, so we're going to say width and set it to 100%. And then for the image inside of here, we want to simply go ahead and space a little bit from the text. So we're going to say margin right and do 4 pixels here. And that should be all we have to do for our button. And you can see that looks a lot better now. Now, the last thing we need to do is for our save section here, which we need to give it a little bit of a margin top. And we want to align these buttons to the right-hand side. So some pretty easy styling. So let's go ahead and collapse this. And we'll say save here. And we want to give this a margin on the top of 60 pixels. And then we want to come down and we're going to say the div. We want to give this a flex value of 1. And then for the right-hand side, what we're going to do is we want to justify this content to the flex n here. And that should go ahead and do it for our styling. So if we head over here, we can see that did not work. So what did we do wrong here? Let me take a look. So the reason why that didn't work is because I'm actually nested the save inside of the invoice work. So that's not going to actually apply those classes. So let's go ahead and just copy and cut that out. And let's go right below the invoice work there and save that. And that should go ahead and apply those classes, which it did. All right, so that is going to be the styling for our new invoice here. So what I want to work on next is the JavaScript and the functionality. So currently we cannot close or open our new modal. It's just open by default. We have to generate the invoice date here. We have to be able to set the payment so that we can actually have that generated based on the date of the invoice. And we also want to be able to create our new invoice item list here. So let's go ahead and start to implement that into our modal here. Now, the first thing that we're going to address is the toggling of our invoice modal. So when a user clicks on the new invoice button right here, we want to have our modal appear. Now, when we click on cancel here, we want to have our modal disappear. All right, so let's go ahead and begin to implement this. Now, what we're going to be doing here is actually using our Vue store. Okay, so what I want to go ahead and do is create a new piece of state here. And this is going to be called invoice modal. And we're going to set this equal to null. Now, we want to be able to toggle this data of invoice modal from true to false. Now, how we can do that is by using a mutation here. So a mutation is how you go ahead and update your state inside of your store here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our mutation here. It's going to be pretty simple. And we want to call this toggle, and we'll say invoice here. Okay, and then we want to pass in state as a parameter here. And simply what we want to go ahead and do is each time this mutation is ran, we simply want to say state.invoiceModal equals the opposite of whatever it currently is. So it's going to be like a toggle switch from true and false, which we've already went ahead and done inside of our project here already. Okay, so now what we need to do is we want to have in our app.view here, we want to go up to our invoice modal here, and we want to have this value of state correlate to this invoice modal right here. So if it's true, we want to show it. And if it's false, we do not want to show it. So how we can actually implement or use this value of state inside of this component here is we're going to go down to our methods, or sorry, right below our methods, and we're going to define a computed here. Now, there's a few different ways we can go ahead and import our state here. Now, the simplest way is we're going to go ahead and say ... and we want to go ahead and map state here. And then we're going to say an array. Now, we need to also import this into our component here. So we're going to say import our curly brackets here. We're going to say map state, and we're going to say from, and then view x right here. Okay, now what we do inside of this is we pass the value of the state we want to go ahead and grab, which is going to be our invoice modal here. Okay, so if we go ahead and paste that in there, so we're able to use this now inside of our component here, and we simply want to go ahead and run a vif on our invoice modal here. So we'll say vif, and we'll say invoice modal is true. So right now it's false. So if I head back over to our application, you should no longer see that we have our invoice modal appearing here. Okay, so that's all working great. Now, what we want to do is when a user clicks on new invoice, we want to toggle, or we want to run this mutation right here. So to do this, you want to head to our home view right here. Now inside of this home view, if you scroll up, we went ahead and created this function right here of new invoice. Now we want to run this mutation each time that we click on this new invoice function right here. So what we need to go ahead and do is actually map our mutations inside of this component, similar or very similar to how we did inside of our app here, except we're going to go ahead and do a map mutation here. Okay, so let's head up to our script tag here, and let's go ahead and say import, and we're going to say map mutations, and we're going to say from, and we'll say view X right here. Now where we're going to go ahead and map this is directly inside of our methods here. Okay, so there are a few other ways to go ahead and make or commit mutations or dispatch actions, but I'm going to go ahead and be using this way for this project. So we're going to say our 3 dots here, and we're going to do map mutations, and we're going to pass this an array, and we're simply going to grab that mutation from our store here, which is called toggle invoice. And you'll realize why I capitalized all these is to differentiate, that's not even a word, to make, set apart a difference in the functions that we're calling inside of our methods here opposed to our stores. So since they're all in caps, I'm going to know that when I'm calling this mutation inside of our application or this component, that it's going to be correlating to a mutation or action inside of our view store here. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense and you realize why I'm capitalizing all these. All right, so what we want to do now is each time that we click on this new invoice button right here, or this function, we want to run this mutation. So how we can do this is simply by saying this dot and then calling this name of the mutation we went ahead and mapped in here. Okay, so let's say that and then our function. Okay, so now if we head over to our application here, and if I click on new invoice, you should see that our invoice modal is going to appear. Now we have to do the same thing when we click on cancel here inside of our invoice. So let's go ahead and do that, which is going to be on our invoice modal. And we have this button right here. When we're clicking on it, we're running this function of close invoice. So let's go ahead and define that here. So we'll say methods, we'll do close invoice here, and then we'll go ahead and do this. Now we have to do the same thing. We want to import, we'll say import our curly brackets here, map mutations, and we're going to say from, and then we're going to do view X here, and then we want to do our 3 dots, and we're going to say map mutations. We're going to call our array here, and then we're going to pass in, that's the wrong one. Let's go ahead and grab it over here again. Let's see if that's going to copy it. It did. And then we simply want to go ahead and say every time we click on close invoice, you want to go ahead and run that mutation of toggle invoice here. So if I do this and we run that, and we put a comma right there, I believe is what the problem is, and right there, we should be all set. I'm gonna go to put a space here. So we should now be able to successfully toggle our modal in and out. So if we head over to our application now, I should be able to click on cancel, and our modal is going to disappear, and then I can go ahead and re-enable our modal by clicking on the new invoice button here. So currently we're able to toggle in our modal if we click on this button, but as you can see when we do that, it's very explicit. Now, what we're going to do here is use the view animation and the transition wrapper to animate this modal from coming in and also from leaving. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin to implement that. So I'm going to go ahead and click on cancel here. Now, what we want to do is here inside of wrap.view, where we're actually importing this component, we want to wrap this modal or this component inside of a transition tag here. Okay, so then we'll say transition, and then we'll go ahead and copy this, cut it out, and let's paste it inside of here. Now what we want to do is give this transition a name. So what we're going to call this is going to be invoice here. Okay, now whenever this gets toggled, it's going to throw out some classes that Vue automatically applies when you're using this transition wrapper here, which we're going to use those classes to animate our modal from coming in and out here. Okay, so let's go to our style tags here, and we'll go right below the mobile message here, and let's go ahead and put a comment, and we're going to say animated invoice here. And let's just go ahead and lowercase that. Okay, so there's a few classes that we're going to be targeting here. So when the transition is going in and out, there's going to be a class that's called interactive. Now, since we gave this a name of, let's see here, invoice, we can actually target this specific transition by saying invoice, and we're going to say interactive here. And inside of here, we want to actually control the transition that we're going to be applying. So we can say transition here, and we want to say 0.8 seconds long. We're going to ease and apply this to all. Now, when it leaves, it's also going to have the same type of class. It's going to be invoice leave active. So we can actually apply these as a shared class or shared styling. So we're going to say invoice leave active here. Okay. Now, there are a few other classes that we're going to need to actually, add some properties to, which the first one's going to be invoice, and we're going to say enter from. So this is what it's going to, when the component is actually being toggled and it's coming in, this is where we want to start the modal from. So we want to have it from off the page here. So what we're going to do is say a transform, and we want to translate it on the x-axis. And if you recall, we gave our modal a width of 700 pixels. So we want to go ahead and say off the page by negative 700 pixels here. Okay, so with this added right here, when we go ahead and toggle our modal in, we should see it slide in from the left very smoothly over 800 milliseconds. Okay, so if we head back over to our invoice here, you should see now that our invoice is going to come in smoothly from the left-hand side. But if we click on cancel, it's just going to, go out abruptly. So what we need to do is there's also one other class that we need to go ahead and apply to this, and it's going to be invoice leave to. So we wanted to go ahead and leave to this property right here. So hopefully that makes sense. And the classes kind of do, they kind of describe what's going on here. So what we're going to say here is we're going to go invoice, and we're going to say leave and to. And I'll go ahead and put down below in the description the documents to the Vue animations where it kind of explains these in a little bit more detail. We're just going to cover these very quickly here. And I may do a video on this in the future on my channel. If you guys want to learn more about Vue animations, just leave that comment down below if you want me to cover these a little bit more in depth. Okay, so now with that added, we should be able to toggle in our modal smoothly from clicking on the new invoice. And when we click on cancel, it should also retract smoothly there. Now, really quickly here, I want to go ahead and address something that you may have caught when we actually toggled our invoice out of the view here. So when I hit cancel, you've seen this little shadow here, and that's actually not a shadow. That's the scroll bar that we have set from the overflow of scroll here on this modal. So what we can do to fix that really quick is head over to our style tags here, and on our invoice wrap, I'm going to paste in this code here, and we're going to say an : WebKit scroll bar, and we're going to display that as none. Okay, and that's going to go ahead and remove that. So now if I come over here and I cancel this out, you're no longer going to see that nasty little scroll bar that was happening when we were toggling our modal. Now, when we go ahead and open up our invoice modal, we're going to want to generate with JavaScript the invoice date here to populate this field. All right, so let's go ahead and begin to implement that. Now, how we're going to do this is you want to go ahead and open up a created lifecycle hook here inside of our invoice modal component. Now inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and do a few line breaks, and I'm going to go ahead and add a comment and say get current date for invoice date field here. All right, just to kind of give us some context to what we're doing. So what we need to do is get the current date. And if you recall, we have some data in here, and the first one we have is going to be this invoice date Unix. Okay, so let's go ahead and generate that value here. So how we can get a new date is, first off, we need to say this dot invoice, invoice date Unix is equal to simply new, we're going to say date dot now. Okay, and that's going to get us the current date. Now to format this, what we're going to do is we're going to say this dot invoice date, which if we come back up to our markup here, inside of the invoice work section here, you can see that this input is being binded to this invoice date. So here is where we're going to actually format that date. And if we go back to our completed demo, we're going to make it look like this. Okay, so let's head back down to our lifecycle hook here, and we're simply going to say this dot invoice date equals, we want to pass along a new, we're going to do date, and we're going to pass in the value here we have inside of invoice date Unix. So I'll just go ahead and copy that. Okay, so this alone is not going to get us anything. So if I head over to our application now, you'll see that it's going to return this formatted like this. So that looks really ugly. Let's go ahead and fix that. So what we can do here is we can say to local date string here, and we can pass in a few parameters. So the first one is going to be EN/US, and the other one is going to be a data value that we're going to create to format it how we want it. So it's going to be called this dot, let's see, date options here. Now we haven't created this yet, so what I'm going to do is actually go over to my finished demo, and I'm going to grab this since it's just an object, and it's very simple. I'll explain it. And inside of our data here, let's go ahead and copy and paste this in. So this date options object simply is going to have the year, and we want to format this to numeric. We want the month, and we want that short, and then we also want the day in numeric here. So if we save this and head over to our application now, you should see that on our current project here, we have the invoice date formatted to the same exact way we have our demo formatted here. With us populating our invoice date here, we can begin to calculate the payment due date based on the terms that the user selects inside of this payment terms, which is going to be 30 or 60. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin to implement that. Now, how we need to do this is each time a user selects a new value inside of payment terms, we want to run a function. So how we're going to do this is we're going to watch the data value here of payment terms, and each time that it changes, because we have a V model set right here, if I go back up, we have a V model set to payment terms to whatever the selected option is. So each time that gets updated, we want to run a function. So we're going to use a watcher to achieve this. So below our methods, we're going to say watch, and we want to watch the value of payment terms here. And each time that this changes, we're going to run a function here. Now inside of this, what we want to go ahead and do is I'm going to start off by creating a new constant here, and we're going to call this future date. Okay, and we're going to set this equal to a new date here. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to look at our data value of payment due date Unix, and we want to set this equal to future date, and we're going to run a method called set date here. Okay, now inside of here, this might get a little confusing. We're going to say future date, which is this value right here, and we want to say dot get date, which is a method, and we want to go ahead and add this to the actual payment terms that's being outputted from this data value here, which will be 30 or 60. Now, because the value that's going to be returned in here is going to be a string, we can't add this value with a string. It's just not going to work. So we need to go ahead and convert that to an integer, which we can do by saying, let's see, parse, and I think I spelled that wrong, parse ent right here. And we're simply going to pass this dot payment terms here, because what this is going to equal is either 30 or 60, because the value right here inside of the select options are 30 and 60, but they're going to be a string. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Now that we have this, what we need to do is something very similar to how we did our invoice date. We need to format this. Okay, so right below this, we want to say this dot payment due date is going to equal new date, and we're going to pass along this dot payment due date Unix here, and we're going to convert this to local date string. We're going to pass along EN/US, and then our date options data up here as well, just like we did here in the invoice date one. So we'll say this dot date options. Okay, and that should be it. So now if we head over to our application here and we go to select a payment terms here of 30, you should see that it's going to calculate the payment due date for July. And if we do 60, it's going to do 60 days, which 60 days from right now is going to be August 2nd. Now, currently, if we want to add a new item to our invoice, if I click this button right here, nothing is going to happen. So let's go ahead and implement the functionality here. When I click on this button, we can add a new item to our list here. All right, so inside of our invoice modal here, what I want to go ahead and do is reopen back up our methods. Now, if you recall, if we go back up to our invoice div right here and we have the work items, we have this function when we click on this button right here of add new invoice items. So let's go ahead and actually create this function. So let's go ahead and paste that in here. And this is going to be pretty simple. So we have this data value here of invoice item list, which we want to go ahead and add a new object to each time we go ahead and click on that button. So simply what we need to do here is say this dot invoice item list, and we're going to say push, and we'll pass in an object here. Now we want to go ahead and pass it an ID. Now I don't recall we added in our UID dependency yet to this component, so let's go ahead and do that because we want to go ahead and generate a random and unique ID for each one of our invoice items, and you'll see why in a moment. So let's go ahead and import, and we'll say our curly brackets here, UID from UID. Okay, and then what we can say here is on this ID value that we want to push, we can simply call UID, and then we're going to say our two parentheses here. All right, and that'll go ahead and generate a new ID each time we click on this button. Now we have a value or a name of item name here we want to go ahead and pass, which is going to be an empty string. We also want to pass in the quantity, so we're going to say QTY. We'll pass that to an empty string, and then we have the price, and that's going to be 0, and then we have the total here, which is going to be 0. So if you recall, we're getting all these values or the names of these values from what we went ahead and defined here on our initial list right here. As you can see, we have item name, quantity, price, and then we have our total, and then we have that ID value. Okay, so hopefully that all makes sense now. As I told you earlier, it might have been a little confusing, but this is where we're getting these names of these properties on this object. Okay, so now if we go to click on our button here, if we go ahead and open up a new invoice here and we select add new item, we should see now we're able to go ahead and type in here some data values or some, some actual text here. So we'll say, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so if we want to add a whole bunch of items, we can do that. But now if we click on delete, we can't remove these. So what we need to do is we also define a function here, I believe, on our image here of delete invoice item here. So let's go ahead and define this function as well. So right below add new item, we'll add this function right here. Now we do want to pass along the parameter of ID because we are defining that inside of this function when we click on it. Okay, and this is where that unique ID is going to come in handy so we can delete the correct item that the user is clicking on here. So what we want to do is we're going to say this dot invoice item list is going to equal this dot invoice item list dot filter, and then we want to pass an item as a parameter here, and then our arrow function. And simply what we want to go ahead and do is say the item dot ID that is not equal to the ID. So this will go ahead and filter out the item that the user wants to go ahead and delete here. Okay, so if I save that, and now we head back over to our invoice here, and we add a few, so let's just say testing 1, testing 2, and then testing 3. So now if I click on 2, we should see that 2 is deleted, and now we still have testing 1 and testing 3 here inside of our item list. So at this point with our invoice modal, we're ready to actually create a new invoice. So to do this, we're going to need to hook up our project to Firebase and actually create a project. Now we have not done any of that, so let's go ahead and head over to Firebase and begin to do that. So we're going to head over to the Firebase console, and here I want to go ahead and add a new project. So for the project name, we're going to go ahead and just say invoice app YT. Okay. So let's go ahead and click continue here. Now we don't want to enable Google Analytics like I do for most projects here on this channel. So I'm going to go ahead and remove those, and we're going to go ahead and create project here. So as always, this will take a little while to create, and once it is all done, we'll be back and finish setting up our Firestore collection. So our project was created, and now we're here on our Firebase dashboard, and what we want to go ahead and do is select the Firestore database. Now we're only going to be using this package here for this project, so we're going to select this option right here, and we're going to go ahead and create our database, and we're going to go ahead and select the option of start in test mode here. Okay, so let's go ahead and click next here, and we're going to keep the Firestore location on the default option selected here for myself. So we're going to go ahead and click on enable, and like our project took a little time to create, it's also going to take a little while for our Cloud Firestore to provision here. So that has finished provisioning here, and we now have our Firestore database set up, but it appears they may be having some sort of connection issue here. It's saying it's failing to load, and I guess that was just a little error. Okay, so now that we have this set up, we have our backend project set up. Now we need to connect our front end to the backend now. So what we need to do is head over to Project Overview, and we're going to get started by adding our app, or Firebase, to our app here. We're going to go ahead and select the web option here. So we need to go ahead and register our app here. So we'll just say invoice app YT, and we are not going to set up Firebase hosting for right now. So let's go ahead and hit register app here. And this should provide us with a little SDK once this is done. And there we go. So let's go ahead and copy this var config right here. We're going to need it. And let's head back over to our project here. Now in our SRC, I want to go ahead and create a new folder, and we're going to call this Firebase. Now inside of this folder, I want to create a new file, and this is going to be called Firebase init.js here. Okay, and we need to do a few things. So first off, I want to go ahead and import. We're going to say Firebase from, and we're going to do Firebase, let's see, /app here. Okay, and then we also want to import we're going to say quotes, Firebase /Firestore here. All right. And now we want to go ahead and copy and paste in our config here. Okay. And then simply what we want to go ahead and do is create a new variable. So we're going to say const, we'll say Firebase app here, and set this equal to Firebase.initialize app. And we're going to pass in our Firebase config here that we just went ahead and pasted in. Now, the last thing we need to do is actually export here. So we're going to say export default, and we're going to say Firebase, Firebase app.firestore here. Okay. Now with that, we are all set, and we have successfully hooked up our project here on Vue to our backend over on Firebase. So now that we have Firebase implemented into our project, let's go ahead and begin the process of being able to click on new invoice right here, populate this form with data, and then send that data over to our Firestore collection here. All right, so what we want to do first is, I guess let me explain how this is going to work, because this component, I should mention, is also going to be used for editing our invoices later on down the road. So how I have it set up is to account for that. Now we have a few functions that we're going to need to create here, and they're actually going to be 4. So we have these 2 right here. So we have this one that is going to publish our invoice. We have one that's going to actually save draft. Now all these 2 functions are going to do is alter the data down here of invoice pending and invoice draft. It's actually not going to run, or I should say upload our data to our Firestore collection. Where that's going to happen is inside of this submit listener right here. Okay. And then what we're going to do is, because like I mentioned, this is going to be also for our editing of our invoice, we're going to use this submit form function to check whether or not we are editing a form or if we're creating a new form, or I should say editing an invoice or creating a new invoice. And then from in there, we're going to run 2 separate functions, one to upload and then one to edit. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. As soon as we kind of get going here, I think it all will start to fall into place. So let's start off with these 2 functions right here of publish invoice and save draft. They're pretty simple. So what we want to do is come down here and we're going to say publish invoice, and then we're going to say this dot invoice pending is going to equal true, because by default, or when we create this, these are actually both set to null. So we need to, for our status, let our application know whether or not this is going to be a pending invoice or it's going to be a draft. Okay, so the next function we're going to create here is going to be save draft. So it's going to be the same exact thing. Let's go ahead and paste that in here, and we want to say this dot invoice draft equals true. Okay, Now, the next function we want to go ahead and create is actually the one we're going to call inside of this submit form here. So let's just go ahead and create this function here. So we'll go ahead and say submit form, and that'll be a function. We'll save that. And then the other function we want to create, there'll be two of these. One for now, we'll do one later when we actually edit or set up the ability to edit invoice. We're going to say upload invoice here. Okay, and we're going to be using async and await here. So I'm just going to go ahead and say simply async here. And then what I want to do is inside of this function for now, it doesn't really make sense why we're doing this. Like, why wouldn't we just go ahead and call this function? But like I said, we're going to be using a condition in here to check whether or not we're uploading or we're editing, and then we're going to call the correct function. But for now, we can just say this dot upload invoice in there. Okay, so for our actual upload invoice function here, let's go ahead and actually create that. Now, like I mentioned earlier, we're not going to do any form validation here. We're only going to be validating one thing. And the rest of the validation will be taken care of with this required attribute on all of our inputs. So the only thing I want to validate is that if a user has entered something in the invoice item list, we don't want that to be empty. So what we want to do here is inside of this function, we're going to run an if check here. You want to say if this dot invoice, oops, that's a comma, this dot invoice item list dot length is less than or equal to 0. So if it doesn't contain anything, then we want to alert them and say, please ensure you filled out work items. And we'll give them an exclamation point. And then we'll use the return to return out of this function because we don't want to go any farther. All right. So the next thing I want to go ahead and do is currently, if we look at our modal here, we are calculating for our items here. We have the item name, which is fine. So item, we have the quantity and the price. Okay, now if we add a new item here, item 2, we'll go 2 and then 199 again, we're not calculating the total between these two. And you can see that's actually the data or data value we have in here that we want to go ahead and pass. So we could take care of this once we actually retrieve the data on the invoice view, which we're going to create later on. But I want to go ahead and actually calculate that prior to uploading so that when we're actually populating our invoice component and our view, it makes things a little bit easier. So to do this, I want to create a separate function, and it's going to be for calculating the invoice total. So we'll do this right below our delete invoice item here. So we'll say cal invoice total. And what we want to do here is, first off, we want to make sure we reset the invoice total to 0, because if we make edits, which you will later on, you'll see where this will become a problem because we're going to increment this value right here between all of our items. So what will happen is, even though if we remove something later on, it'll keep incrementing that value and it'll just never, be correct if we do any edits or remove anything once we actually do our editing. So we're pretty much setting this up for our editing invoice as well. So what we want to do here is say this dot invoice item list, and we want to run through a for each loop here. And we're going to say for each item, and we're going to have our arrow function here. And all we want to do is say this dot invoice total is going to be plus equals. So we're going to increment this. We're going to keep adding on. And we want to say item, and we want to get that total value there. All right. And then let's see, we got to put a that and that. Okay, so there's our function. Now, whenever we upload an invoice, we want to go ahead and call this function. So I'm going to copy this. And sorry, I think I just hit the mic there. And then we're going to say right after this if condition, we'll go this dot cal invoice total. And there we go. Now, at this point, we're going to be ready to reach out to our Firestore collection and send over our data. Now, to use our database or refer to it in this component, we need to import that. So if you recall, we have this file of Firebase init.js where we actually went ahead and imported the Firestore, and we're exporting our Firestore here. So we need to go ahead and call or import that file here to actually use our database. So we can say import, and I'm going to call this DB, and we're going to say from, and we're going to look in our Firebase folder and Firebase init. So what we can do is in this function, we're going to go a couple lines down. We're going to be using async and await here. So I'm going to store the value of the place you want to upload our file to in a variable. and we're going to say database, and we want to set this equal to DB, and we want to reference a collection. Now, we haven't actually created any collections in our database yet, but the beauty about Firebase is if you refer to a collection that does not exist, it'll go ahead and automatically create that for you. So we'll just say invoices here, and we want to pass the doc method for a new document, okay? And we'll put a semicolon there. Now that we have this value, we want to go ahead and await here. So we want to wait till we get database back, and we're going to say, we're going to wait and we're going to set here. So we want to go ahead and set all the information on this new collection item that we just created here. Okay, so what I'm going to do here to save some time is copy and paste all of this in. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're pretty much taking all the data that we have here in our data inside of this component, and we're uploading it to our new collection item here. Now, the only addition that we're doing is going to be this invoice ID, which we're going to reach out to our UID that we imported up here, and we've already used inside of add new invoice item here, except we're going to pass it a value of 6, meaning that we want it to be 6 characters long. You can go ahead and pass it any value you want. Now the default is 11, just for clarification here. So what we're doing here is you can see that all the data is the same name as what we have in our data here. So we're creating these values inside of our database to be the same thing that we have inside of our component here, and we're setting this equal to what we have in our data by saying this.bill.street address. So hopefully that makes sense what we're doing here. And then what we want to do after this is we want to close out our modal, because when we create a new invoice, we don't want the modal to stay open. We want the modal to close, and then we want to go ahead and wait for our newly created invoice to appear on our application. Now, we don't have that set up yet, but we still want to close out of the modal here. So what we can do is we can do a line break right here, and we already have this mutation created inside or mapped inside of this component right here of toggle invoice. So simply what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to call this mutation in this function. So we'll say this, and we'll go toggle invoice, and we'll go ahead and save that. So hopefully with what we have here, if we head over to our application and we go and fill out a new invoice, we should be able to submit it over to our Firestore collection, and we should see that collection item there in our console. So to save some time here, let me go ahead and fill this out for you guys, and once I have it all filled out, we'll go ahead and submit it together, and hopefully we don't encounter any errors and it submits successfully. Alright, so just finishing up this invoice here. So the last thing I want to go ahead and do is add a item name here, and we'll just say testing. We'll do 199.99. Now I do want to remove something here and see if our validation works when we go to select create invoice here. And as you can see, we hit create invoice, but we got an error. Well, not really an error, but it says please fill out this field. So we'll say put that back. Okay, so now with everything filled out, if we go ahead and hit create invoice here, hopefully that works, and you can see our invoice went ahead and went away. And if we go over to, if it lets me click on it here, our Cloud Firestore, and I refresh here, hopefully we should see that collection item, which we do here, and all of our information that we went ahead and populated in our form is now here in a Firestore collection. Now, one small issue I want to go ahead and update from the user experience perspective is when we go ahead and submit or create our invoice, there is a small time in between where it actually gets uploaded and then where our invoice actually slides back in. There's about 2 or 3 seconds there where nothing is happening, and that's just not a good user experience. So what would be better is if we can display a loading animation letting the user know something is going on, and that's what we're going to go ahead and implement here into our invoice modal. So here in our components, what I'm going to go ahead and do to speed things up here is paste this component in. Now it's very simple, so if you want to pause and copy this component really quick, you can go ahead and do that, or you can find this component and all the styling inside of the finished repository. Now, inside of this component for the markup, pretty simple. We have our div of the class of loading, and then we have our span tag. Now for the styling here, we're just simply going ahead and displaying this as flex, position in absolute, giving a background color of black with a 50% opacity, width and, get out of the way, width and height to 100%, z-index to 101 to bring it to the top no matter what, and also a top and left value of 0. And then we're going to put a slight animation on here to make our span spin. So we have a keyframe by the name a spin, and we're going to go ahead and rotate that on the z-axis of 360 degrees. Now, if you want to learn more about animations, I do have a video here on my channel that I went ahead and talked about creating all of these little animation spinners, and you can find that link down below in the description, or just browse through my channel. I believe it's something to do with CSS animations. All right. And then in here, we just simply are styling up our span tag. Now, to go ahead and display this, what we want to go ahead and do is first off, we need to import this component. So let's go right below our DB here, and we're going to say import, and we're going to say loading, and we're going to say from, and we'll do components, and we want to grab our loading. Now we need to register this component inside of our components here. So let's go ahead and do that. Do we not have any components here? So let's go ahead and actually create that. And we'll paste that in right here. So where we want to go ahead and actually put this inside of our component here is going to be inside of our form here. So we're going to say loading, and there we go. Now, if I save this and we head over to our application, you'll see that we have the loading animation is present off the bat. Now, obviously we don't want this. So how can we fix this? Well, it's going to be pretty simple. We're going to use a data value here, and we're going to say vShow, and we'll say only show this if loading is true. Now we haven't created this value yet, so let's go ahead and do that. So we'll say right below data options, we'll say loading, and we'll set that equal to null. So now if we head back over to our application, we should no longer see our loading animation present here. So what we want to do is each time we go ahead and do an upload of an invoice here, we want to go ahead and set the loading to true. So we don't want to do this before the if check, because if this is true, then obviously we don't want to go ahead and initiate our loading. And sorry if I hit the mic once again. And then so what we want to do is right below our if check here. So if that's not true, then the rest of this function is going to load. So we're going to say this dot loading is set equal to true. Okay. And then after we go ahead and set our database information in here, we want to go ahead and turn that off. So let's go say this dot loading equals false. All right. And if we head back over to our application here, let me go ahead and fill out this form again, and then I'll show you how that's going to look when we go ahead and submit our invoice here. Okay, so just about done here once again. So the last thing I need to go ahead and do is add a new item, and we'll say testing v2 199.99, and let's just go ahead and add another item here just for fun. So we'll say testing v3, and there we go. So now if we go ahead and click create invoice, we should see our loading animation appear, and then once it is done loading, it should disappear, and then our modal should go ahead and retract, and we should see a new collection item in our Firestore collection. So if we go ahead and click create invoice here, you can see that the loading animation went ahead and appeared, and then it went ahead and closed. So I think that's just a much better experience to go ahead and have than having nothing happen for those 2 or 3 seconds. And if we come over here, you can see we have our new collection right here, and everything still looks great. So currently when we go ahead and open up a new invoice or our modal, the only way we can get out of it is by clicking on this cancel here, and we'll get rid of that required error in just a second. But most websites and applications will allow you to go ahead and open up a modal here, and if you click on the outside, it'll either close that pop-up or it'll give you a warning, and that's exactly what we're going to do here for our invoice. So if I click on anywhere outside of this modal, you'll see we're going to get this pop-up that says, are you sure you want to exit? Your changes will not be saved, meaning if we have anything typed in here, they're not going to be saved. So we can either return, which is going to keep us inside of this invoice, or we can click close, and it's going to shut the invoice or close the invoice. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on implementing this. Now, the first thing I want to go ahead and do is fix that error where you've seen on our application. That if we go ahead and click cancel here, we're going to get this please fill out the field, because what's happening is we haven't defined the type of button here on this cancel one. So what we can do here is say type and equal button, and then we can go ahead and also put these to submit as well. So we're going to go ahead and define these here just to go ahead and keep things consistent. So we'll say submit there as well. So now if we head over to our invoice and click on new invoice again, and we click cancel, we should not see that error that was appearing when we went ahead and closed out of our invoice here. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is we're going to create a component for our modal here. So what we want to do is in our components folder, we're going to go ahead and do a new file, and we're going to say modal.view here. And let's go ahead and create our basic view template. Now for the markup here, it's going to be pretty simple. We're going to have a div with a class of modal. And then inside of here, we're going to have a div with a class of modal, let's see here, content. Okay, and then we're going to have our paragraph tag, which I'm going to copy in to save some time here. And it's going to say, are you sure you want to exit? Your changes will not be saved. And then what we want to do here is we're going to have a div with a class of actions and then also flex. And we're going to have two buttons here. So we're going to have one button. And when you click on it, it's going to run a function of close modal. And the button is going to also have a class here of purple, and it's going to say return. Let's go ahead and copy this down. Now the next button is going to be for closing the invoice, so we're going to run a function called close invoice here, and this one's going to have the class of red, and it's going to say close here. Now to speed some things up here, sorry about that, I cannot speak. We're going to go ahead and copy in the styling for this here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open up this, and inside of our style tags here, we're just going to go ahead and say CSS scoped, and we're going to go ahead and paste this in. Now, because we are using our flex class on here, it does not make sense for me to go ahead and define that in here. So what I can do is we'll come back up to our modal and we'll just say flex up there. Okay, so there's our styling. Pretty simple, pretty traditional to most modals that I make here on this channel for the tutorials. So if you want to pause it and copy in the styling here, you're more than welcome to do that. All right, so let's go ahead and actually import our modal into our application. Now, we're actually not going to import it into our invoice modal here. We're actually going to import it into our entire application. And the reason is because when we are showing and hiding our modal, when we actually do the animation, if we have this component inside of this modal itself, when we animate the modal out, the pop-up modal will go with it. So we don't want that. So for that reason, we're going to head over to our app.view and begin to import this. So let's go all the way to the top here, and right below invoice modal, we're going to go ahead and populate a new line here, and we're going to simply say modal, and we'll do from modal here. Okay, and then we want to go ahead and register this down here. All right, and now where we want to go ahead and position this modal is going to be above our invoice modal here. And there we go. So currently we don't have anything toggling this from being on or off. So if we head over to our application, we should see that the modal is going to be present here on our application. All right, so let's go ahead and address that. Now, since we're going to be using this throughout different components, I mean, we're going to be toggling it. We're going to be using the data in different components or this value. We're going to go ahead and create a new level of state here within our application. So what we want to go ahead and do here is we're going to have a new state value, which is going to be called modal active here. And we'll set this equal to null. Now, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to have a new mutation because like I mentioned before, when we have our state here, the correct way to update state is through a mutation. Okay, so what we're going to do here is call a new function inside of our mutations called toggle, and we'll say modal, and we're going to pass in the value of state as a parameter here. And in here we want to say state.modal active, and we're going to set this equal to the opposite. So we'll say equals modal active there. Okay, so what we need to do is head back over to our app.view here. And I don't believe, oh, we are mapping out our state here. So what we want to do is pass a comma here, and we want to import our modal active state here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come over to our modal here, and we're going to say v-if, and we're only going to show this if modal active is true. So if we head back over to our application now, we should no longer see that. All right, so now, how are we going to trigger the modal inside of our invoice modal? Now, you may recall we went ahead and defined this function right here of check click. So let's go ahead and start to create this function, which is how we're actually going to display our modal if a user clicks on the outside of this modal right here. Now here in our methods, right below our map mutations, I'm going to go ahead and create this function of check click. Now I want to go ahead and pass along the event parameter, which I'm going to go ahead and define with the parameter value of e here. Okay, so what we need to do here is we want to run a if check here. So if you recall, if we go all the way back up to our markup, we have this ref value of invoice wrap. Okay, so we're going to use this value or this ref attribute to determine if what the user clicks on is equivalent or equal to this div right here. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. So what we want to go ahead and say here is if e.target is equal to this dot money sign refs dot invoice wrap, then what we want to go ahead and do is commit a mutation to show our modal here. So what we need to do is let's go ahead and grab this mutation name of toggle modal, and we want to go ahead and import that, or we want to map that here in our map mutation. So just as we did our state value, I'm going to go ahead and pass a comma and another string or another quote, and we're going to paste in our toggle modal mutation here. So what we want to do is if this is true, then we want to go ahead and toggle our modal. So we're going to say this, and we're going to toggle modal, and then our parentheses there. So if we head over to our application, and if we click on the outside here, you should see now we're going to have this modal appear. But if we click on close and return, nothing is happening. So what we need to do is actually create some functions inside of our modal here. So what we need to do is let's first off give this a name. We forgot about that. We'll say name here. We'll do modal. Now we're going to be importing our map mutations here, so let's go ahead and import that. So we're going to say import, we'll say map mutations, and we'll say from, and we'll do view X here. Okay, so let's first off start by doing the one that's going to be return, which is going to be the function of close modal here. So if we click on return, we want to just close the modal. Okay, so let's go ahead and say methods here. And then we're going to go ahead and do our map mutations, and we'll just leave that empty for now. And then let's go ahead and paste in our close modal function here. So simply all we want to go ahead and do at this point is we want to close our modal out. So let's go ahead and map our toggle modal here. And then we simply want to say this dot, let's see, toggle modal here. And we're going to go ahead and close that out. Now, if a user wants to close out of the invoice, then we need to go ahead and run a toggle modal here, and also we need to run the toggle invoice. So let's go ahead and paste this in here, and we want to go ahead and say this dot toggle modal, and then we also want to bring in here into our map mutations our toggle invoice there, and let's just copy this like that. And then let's just say this dot toggle invoice here. So with this setup, we should be able to head over to our invoice pop up here, and let's just refresh to make sure everything is synced up properly. So we're going to go ahead and click new invoice here. We're going to click on the outside, and if we click return, it should just close the modal and our invoice should still be there. But if I click on close, you should see that the modal disappears, and then also our invoice modal also retracts back. So at this point within our application, we're ready to begin populating our app with the data from our Firestore collection. So before we can actually populate our app, we need to retrieve that data from our Firestore collection. So let's begin to implement that into our app here. So what I want to do is head over to our store or our index.js here, and we're going to start off by creating a new action in order to retrieve the data. So we're going to go ahead and call this action get invoices here, and then we want to pass in here our curly brackets, and we want to go ahead and say commit because we're going to be doing a commit, and we also want to pass the state here. Now before I forget, we need to go ahead and create a new value of state here, which is going to be for our invoice data. So we're going to say invoice, and we'll say data, and we'll put that equal to an empty array. Okay. Now we also need to import our database here into our store. So we're going to say import db from, and then we'll say our Firebase / Firebase init here. And I don't know why that's a semicolon. It should be a colon. All right. So now let's start off here with our function. So what we want to do is actually we also want to use async and await. So we're going to say async here, and we're going to do const get data is going to be equal to db, and we're going to say collection here. And the collection you want to go ahead and get data from is going to be our invoices collection. Okay. Now we want to go ahead and say const results is going to equal await, and we're going to say get data, and we're going to pass the get method on this so we can go ahead and get our data. Now with this results right here, or this value of results, we want to go ahead and iterate through the results here using a for each loop. So we'll say results.forEach here, and we're going to say for each, and we'll say doc, because when we use Firebase they return a document, so we'll just say doc here. And then we're going to go ahead and run our arrow function here. Now, what we're going to be doing later on is when we add a new invoice, we're going to go ahead and also call this function in order to populate our application in real time. Now, Firebase does have a real-time listener, but we're not going to go ahead and use it here in this application. So we're going to go ahead and use this method that I went ahead and created. So what we want to do is when we rerun this function, we don't want to get all of them. Well, we do. We want to get all the invoices, but if the invoice already exists inside of our data, we don't want to add it twice. So what we can do here is we can run a if condition or a if check here. And what we want to say is we're going to say if state, we're going to put an exclamation point for not state. So we're going to say state.invoice data, and we're going to use the sum method here. Okay, so we're pretty much checking to make sure that the data, excuse me, I'm moving my chair, we're going to check to make sure that the iteration of the doc that we're running through does not already exist. So we're going to be doing that by using the sum method here. So we're going to pass in invoice as our parameter here, and then we're going to have our arrow function, and we're going to say invoice.doc ID, and we're going to say equal to doc.id. So what's going to happen here is if this exists, then we're not going to go ahead and run the code inside of this code block here. We're just simply going to not do anything. Okay. But if it doesn't exist, then we want to go ahead and run the rest of the code here inside of this function. So what I'm going to do is very similar to how I did it when we sent the data. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste in the data that we want to retrieve because it's quite lengthy and I don't want to sit here and type all of it out for you guys. It's not really going to be very productive. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're setting our data to an object and we're having all this data here inside. So we have our doc ID, which is set equal to the doc right here and .id. Now, when we use Firebase, when we want to get the data, we have to say doc.data, which is a method, and then we call the name of the property that we have on our Firestore collection. So we have an invoice ID value right here, which if I head over to our collection here is going to be all these fields right here. So the ones that I'm defining in here are actually the fields that we have on Firebase. They're all the same, so it really shouldn't be too confusing here. All right, now what we want to do is we're going to pass our semicolon here, and then what we need to do is we're going to have a new mutation here, which is why we have commit inside of this action here, or this function. Now a good rule of thumb is you never update state inside of an action. You always commit a mutation inside of your action. Now it seems a little confusing and it really, might not make sense to you, but that's the best practice. You never go ahead and update state within a action here. So the mutation that we're going to go ahead and run is going to be called set invoice and data, and we're going to pass along as a payload this data value right here. Okay, and we're getting an error here, and I don't know why. What did we do wrong? Let me go ahead and check here. So it appears along the way we forgot our curly brackets somewhere, so let's go ahead and add that, and that should resolve our error here. Now we have this commit, which we haven't defined yet, of set invoice data, so let's go ahead and actually create this. So if we scroll up here to our mutations, let's go ahead and say set invoice data here, and then for the parameters here we want to pass in state and also the payload. Now what we want to do here is we're going to say state, and we're going to say .invoice data, and we're going to say push, and then we're going to pass in the actual payload here. Okay, and that'll go ahead and add that object onto this array of invoice data right here. Now, one other thing I want to do is we're going to go ahead and say invoice, or we're going to create a new value of state here and say invoices loaded, and we'll set this equal to null. Now we want to create another mutation here just outside of this results.forEach loop here, and we're going to say commit, and we want to say create a mutation called invoices loaded here. Now you'll understand why we're doing this later on when we go to populate our invoice view, but for now you may not really understand why we're doing this, but this is just simply going to let us know that our data is been loaded and we can use our application with our data. Now it's a very minimal amount of time that you would notice this, or the data wouldn't be loaded before the application is loaded, but it will make a big difference when we actually have our components and our views that's going to be using this data, because they will get a result of null, which will result in errors in your console, and we don't want that. So we can avoid that error by committing this invoices loaded and having this value of true once all of our results have been iterated through here. So that may be confusing once again, but hopefully that makes sense. So what we want to say here is we're going to just pass along state, and we're going to say state.invoices, let's see, oops, can't even type, we'll just copy this, I'm having a hard time typing today, and we'll say equals true there. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to head over to our app.view, and we need to call this action here when we load in our application. So just as we have, well, we don't have our mutations here. So just how we have mapped our mutations and our methods, we're going to go ahead and map our actions inside of our methods as well in this component. So we'll say map actions here, and we need a comma there, I believe. And what we want to say here is inside of our methods, let's go ahead and do a few line breaks here. One more. We'll say map actions. We'll pass in the array, and the action we want to go ahead and map here is going to be, I believe it is, I forgot already, it's set invoice, or sorry, it's going to be get invoices right here. Okay, and then we can go ahead and pass that along right there, and we'll put a comma there. And then what we want to go ahead and do is we can call this function in our created lifecycle hook right here. So we'll say get invoices. Now you're not going to see anything if we head over, that's the wrong way. If we head over to our application here, you're not going to see anything. We shouldn't have any console errors, but if I were to head back over to our app here and inside of our store, what we can do is after we set the invoice data, let's just console or log us out to the console to show you that this is working here. So we'll say console log state.invoice data. So we should see this hypothetically ran twice because currently we have 2 collection items in our store right here, and you can see we have 2 items right here. So we have an array which has the first iteration from our collection, and then we also have the second collection item here inside of our console. So that is all working great. So now that we're able to see that we're getting our data successfully from our Firestore collection, we can remove this console.log statement right here. Okay, now the next thing I want to go and do here, like I mentioned, is we have this state value here of invoices loaded, that when we are done getting all of our invoices from our Firestore collection, we are going to change this value of state right here of invoices loaded to true. So what I want to do is actually use that value to determine whether or not we render in our application. So if we head back to our app.view here, we can go down to our map state, which is going to be down on our computer, and we can map that new value of state of invoices loaded. And then what we can do here is earlier on when we created our app.view markup, we had this initial div that was wrapping the rest of our application here. And maybe you didn't know what that was for, but what we're going to do here is we're going to say vif, so they only want to render out what's in this div if invoices loaded is true. Now, if we head back over to our application here, you shouldn't really see too much of a difference, but if we were to go ahead and let's say here we didn't call our we didn't call this function of get invoices, you should not see the application get loaded here. If I upload this or refresh it, you'll see that the screen is going to be white. All right, so with that condition is not true, we don't want to render our application, because when we use that data later on in our invoice view and our invoice component, we want to make sure before we render out the app that we have our data. Okay, now we could go ahead and throw a loading animation on here so that in the event that something happened and the data wasn't loading in, we could go ahead and do that. So if you want to add that to your project to go ahead and have as a fallback, you're more than welcome to do that. But I'm just going to go ahead and simply uncomment this, and then our application should work as it was. Now with our data here, we can begin to populate our components, such as our invoice component and then also our invoice view. So what I want to start off with first here is going to be our invoice component that we're going to display here inside of our home view. So let's go ahead and create a new component here inside of our components folder, and this is simply going to be called invoice.view. And let's go ahead and render out our template here, and we'll say div with an h2 of testing here. Okay, now what I want to do before we begin styling out and creating the markup for this component is I want to go ahead and import it into our home view here. So let's go ahead and say import, and we'll say invoice from, and then we have components, and then we have invoice here. And then we need to define our invoice inside of our components section right here. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we want to generate one of these components for each invoice that we have. So to do that, we're going to need to grab our data from our store here of invoice data. Now we can do this by actually mapping out state inside of this component, which we haven't done just yet. So what we can do is, first off, we need to say map state in here. And then inside of our, actually below our methods, we're going to define our compute it. And then we're going to say ... and then map state here. And we'll pass this an array. And then we want to grab our invoice data. Is it invoices data or just invoice? Invoice data. Okay. So from here, what we can do is then we can, let's go right below here, and we'll just do a comment because we're going to keep it consistent here. We'll say invoices. And then what we're going to do here, let me just double check one thing, is we're going to have a div. And then inside of here, we're going to have our invoice component. So we'll say invoice like that. Now, what we want to go ahead and do here is iterate through our invoice data here. And for each object that we have inside of that array, we want to go ahead and generate one of these components here. So we're going to say v4. And then we're going to pass this the value of invoice here as a parameter. And we also want to index here. And we're going to say in, and then we're going to go invoice data like that. And then we need to pass our key. So I'm going to go ahead and bind that. And then we're going to pass the value of index here. Okay, so currently we have two invoices. So if we head over to our application, we should see testing twice. Okay, now what we want to do is, because we want to go ahead and use this invoice data inside of this component, so what we can do is actually a vbind here. So we'll say vbind, which is the long way. I want to show you just to iterate how this is working. So we want to go ahead and bind invoice as invoice here on this component. Now, the shorthand way to do this is actually to get rid of the vbind here, and you can simply just pass it : invoice equals invoice, which is a short way to do a vbind to the component, which is a little bit cleaner in my opinion, but either way will work, and there is really no wrong way to do it, but I just prefer to do the shorthand method here. Okay, now inside of our invoice, what we can do is, let's first off give this a name, and we'll say invoice, and I believe we've been keeping that lowercase, so we'll keep it consistent here. And then we want to accept the props here as an array, and we want to say invoice here. So now what I could do is, on our invoice, we should have an invoice ID. So just to show you how this is working, I can go ahead and inside this H2, you can use our curly brackets here, and I can say invoice.invoice ID here, and I believe that's the correct value here, and we should see that we're getting these unique IDs for our invoice from our component here. So let's get started here with our markup for this component. So we're not going to need this div and this h2, so I'm going to go ahead and remove that. What we're actually going to wrap this component in is going to be a router link here. And what we're going to do here is bind a to attribute to this router link, and then we're going to pass it an object here. Okay, so where we want this component, or sorry, this router link to go to is to a view that we have not yet created, which is going to be, we're going to pass it a name, and we're going to say invoice here. So if you're unfamiliar with how this works or how I'm achieving this or what this actually does, now there are two different ways that you can get or set up a router link. You can pass it the to attribute or the to value of the path that you want to go to. So you could pass it this right here. Now the problem with doing that is if you ever change the path, or like, you want to change it from, for example, from /nothing to /home, then everywhere that you went ahead and defined this path in a router link, you're going to have to update to /home. Whereas if you use the name like this inside of the router link, even though if you update the path and the name is still the same, which you're not really probably going to change the name, you're going to be okay, and your app will be dynamic and you won't have to go ahead and update anything if you change this right here. So a quick little lesson that I usually talk about in all my videos for anybody new to Vue is get in the habit of doing this right here with the name. Okay, so let's just go ahead and remove that there. All right, now on top of also passing it this name value, we also want to pass it a params here. Okay, so each one of these, or this view is going to have a param, and we want to define this param. So the param is going to be invoice ID here, and then we want to set this param equal to the prop we have of invoice.invoice ID. Okay, now on top of this, we also want to give this a class of invoice and also flex here. All right, so it's coming off the page. Let me just kind of collapse that a little bit. So what we want to do is open up this router link here, and inside of here we want to create a div with the class of left and also flex. All right, now inside of the left hand side here, we're going to have a few things. We're going to have the tracking number, we're going to have the due date for the invoice, and also the person or client that this invoice is for. So we're going to go ahead and create some span tags here. I'm going to go ahead and create 3 of them. Okay, and the first one's going to have a class of tracking number, and we're going to set this equal to, we're going to have a number here, and then we're going to have our curly brackets, and we're going to say invoice, and we're going to go invoice ID. Okay, and then the second span here is going to be our due date, so we're going to give this a class, and we're going to say due date. And we want to pass this to curly brackets as well. And we're going to say invoice dot payment. And we'll say due date there. Okay. And then the last one is going to be for the client. So we're going to give this a class name of person, our curly brackets, and we're going to say invoice dot client name here. Okay. So that's going to be it for our left-hand side. So on the right-hand side, what we want to do, this is where we're going to have our status, and we're also going to have the price. Okay, so we're going to have a div, class of right, and we're also going to pass it flex. So first off, we're going to have our span here with the price. So we're going to say class, we'll do price, and we'll have our money sign. Then let's go ahead and do our curly brackets here, and we're going to say invoice.invoice total. And that needs to be camel case right there. Okay, now the next portion is going to be our status buttons. Now we're going to be doing this dynamically, and I want to go ahead and reference where we're going to be getting these classes from. So in our app.vue, I know this was quite a while ago from when you're watching this video in terms of the amount of probably hours, it's been 2 or 3, is down here at the very bottom, we have our status button styling. So we have our paid, we have our pending, and we have our draft. So this is where we're going to be getting these class names that we're going to be using inside of this markup here. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a div with the class of status button here, and we're also going to pass it flex. Okay, now on top of this, we're also going to do some class binding here. So we want to only apply certain classes based on if certain parts of our invoice here or invoice data is true or not. So we're going to say class here, our colon class, and we're going to pass some curly brackets here. So we only want to, so the left hand side is going to be the class name you want to apply, and then the right hand side of this is going to be based on the condition, if it's true or false. So if that condition is true, then this class will be applied. If it's not, then it won't be applied. So we want to look at the invoice.invoice pay. Now if this is true, then we want to apply this class. And then we can go ahead and add a few more here. So the next one we want to look at is going to be draft, and we only want to have this be applied if invoice.invoice draft is true. And then the last one you want to go ahead and do is going to be pending here. So we'll say pending invoice.invoice pending, and we'll save that, and it should reformat that for us. Okay. So inside of this div, we're going to have ourselves a few span tags because we need to have text for paid, pending, or draft. So we want to say span tag here, and then I'm going to go ahead and do a v if on here, and let's go ahead and copy this down 3 times. So the first one's going to be for our paid, so we want to say invoice paid, and then we want to go ahead and output here in the span tag invoice, or I should say paid. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this right here, and let's just paste it right there, and we're going to say invoice draft, and then we'll say draft, and then finally we're going to say the same thing here, invoice, but we want pending here. All right, and then we're going to just go ahead and put pending inside of here. Okay, now the last thing we need is going to be our icon. So right below this div, we're going to go ahead and say div with the class of icon here, and inside we're going to have our image, and this image is going to be from the path of assets / and then we want to go up here. I'm just going to copy it. We're going to be using the arrow icon arrow right here. So let's rename this, copy it in here, and paste that, and that's the wrong place. There we go. So hopefully if we did nothing wrong, we should be able to head over to our application, and we should see that we have nothing here. So I'm assuming we have a console error, and I probably typed something in wrong. So let me check here. It says no match for name invoice params invoice ID. Okay, so the issue is here we haven't created that yet. So I believe if we remove this for right now, let me see, if I just cut that out here and I put nothing in there, I believe that should hopefully resolve the error. Let me refresh it here, and yes. So for now, until we create that route, let's go ahead and leave that empty. Once we create that, we can go ahead and add that back. Okay, so as you can see here, we have all of our information from our invoices. We have the ID, we have the date due, the person it's going to, the price, and currently they're both pending. So everything we've done so far, besides the router link portion, is all working great. So now what we need to do is some styling to make them look more like this. Now, really quick before we get into our styling here, I want to go ahead and put this to value back inside of our router link here. And we're just going to go ahead and quickly create the view for the actual route here. And then we're also going to create the route inside of our router index.js file here. So let's go ahead and say a new file inside of our view here, and this one's going to be we'll say invoice view, and that's not how you spell it, and there we go. So what we can do here is just simply generate a quick view template and just put a div in there and nothing else, and then we'll come over here to our routes, and we're just going to copy this down, and we're going to go ahead and say /invoice. And then what we want to do is bind our param that we went ahead and defined right here of invoice ID to this route by using the colon and then passing the name of the param that we want to go ahead and pass. So the name we want to go ahead and give this is invoice, VOIC, that's good. And then we're going to go ahead and actually import that view or that component into this file here. So we'll say invoice view, and then we should be able to just copy this like that, and then there we go. So now if we head back over to our application here, we shouldn't be getting that error, and if we click on any of these values here, we should be taken to that route of invoice and then that invoice ID that we're passing it here inside of our parameter. So for our styling here in our invoice component, what I want to do is, like always, is remove these style tags, and we're going to go ahead and generate the, let's see here, SCSS scoped. And the first class we want to go ahead and target is going to be our invoice here. Now we want to first off start by doing a text decoration here to none to get rid of that underline. We want to set this to a cursor of pointer. We're going to give this a gap between all the children, or the two children, of 16 pixels, which our children here are going to be the div of left and the div of right. Okay. Then on top of that, we want to go ahead and give this a margin bottom of 16 pixels to go ahead and separate each one of our invoices here. We're going to pass this a color of, let's see here, white. We're going to give this a border radius, and we're going to set that to 20 pixels. And then for the padding, we're going to do 28 on the top and bottom, and then we're going to do 32 pixels on the left and right here. And we want to give this a background color of 1E2139 here, which is going to be this dark blue that we've been using throughout our application. And since we went ahead and defined flex on here, I want to align all the items to the center. All right, and that should already be looking a lot better here. Let's go back, and you can see that now we have this right here. So things are starting to already look way better with those little bit of styling added. So we're going to go ahead and do some nesting inside of here. So let's start off with our left-hand side, and we want to align these items to the center as well. We want to give this a flex basis of 60% here. And we want to give a gap between these children inside of this left-hand side, or this left div, of 16 pixels as well. And then what we want to do here is have our spans take up equal amount of space, so we can go ahead and pass the flex value of 1 to those. And then finally inside of here, we have the specific span of tracking number. And what we want to do here is we want to have this be all uppercase. So to do that, we're going to say text transform, and we're going to give it the value of uppercase here. And that's going to go ahead and do it for our left-hand side here. So pretty easy styling for this component, and we're almost done. Now, last up, we have to do the right-hand side here, which once again, we're going to give it a gap of 16 pixels. We're going to give it a flex basis of 40% because we gave the left-hand 60, so 40 is going to complete that to 100%. And then align items once again to the center here. And then we want to target our price here. And what we want to do is give this a flex value of, let's see, 1 here. We want to give it a font size of 16 pixels, if I can type. And then lastly, we want to go ahead and give this a font weight here. And we're going to give this, let's see, 600 pixels. Okay. Now, what we want to do here as well is for all the spans inside of this invoice, I want to go ahead and give it a default size, or a font size here. We'll say font size and do 13 pixels. All right. And that should do it for our styling here. So if we take a look at our invoice component now, it looks a lot better. And if I go ahead and click on one of these, obviously still it's going to take us to that invoice view, which obviously we haven't went ahead and created that yet, but we'll be getting to that next. So actually, really quick before we get into our invoice view, there's one more thing I want to go ahead and address here. So what if our application does not have any invoices? Now, it really wouldn't be a good practice or something great to show visually to, users if there's nothing here just to show a blank screen. So what I want to do is if I come over here to the demo, I want to show something like this if we have no invoices inside of our application. So how we're going to do this is if we go back to our code here, if we go to the home view here, we have this div wrapper here. So what we want to do is a condition. So we're going to say v-if, and we're going to look at our invoice data here. And we want to look at the length here. So if the length is greater than 0, then we want to output this. But if it's not, we want to go ahead and output a new div we're going to create here that's called empty. And we want to pass the class of flex and also flex, column here. And that's not right. Let's go ahead and copy that in here. So column. Okay. So inside of here, we want to go ahead and first off have our image. So this image is going to be found inside of the assets here, and it's going to be called illustration empty SVG. So let's go ahead and say our normal path here of /assets and then our illustration empty SVG. And then what I'm going to do here is copy and paste in the H3 and paragraph that we're going to use for the text here. Now down below in our styling here, we have some pretty easy styling. So let's just go below the header here and we'll target the empty class. And let's go ahead and say margin on the top, 160 pixels. And we want to align the items to the center here. Okay, and then for our image here, I want to go ahead and define a width on here of 214 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. Now for H3, I'm going to give this a font size of 20 pixels and then a margin on the top of 40 pixels here. And then lastly, for my paragraph tag here, what we're going to do is we're going to give this a text align. I'll say align here and put that to the center. We're going to give this a max width of 224 pixels. Give it a font, let's see, font size of 12 there. A font weight of really light of 300, so a little bit less than the normal. And then a margin on the top of 16 pixels here. So if we head over to our application, you're going to see that it's showing here. And that's because what we need to do is we need to use a VIF and VElse. So currently we have it saying VIF right here. So what we can do is we can output a VElse on here, and we shouldn't see that because this is true. Okay, so if we go back over here now, we're not going to see it. So how we can actually see this without removing it is, let's go ahead and say if the length is greater than 3, which is not true. So we should see this, and that looks great. So that's going to be a way better way to visually show your users that we have nothing here without showing them a blank screen. It's just not good practice to go ahead and do that. So I think this is a really good idea to display if we don't have any invoices. Now let's begin to work here on our invoice view. So the first thing I want to go ahead and do is be able to get the current invoice that we're navigating to. So what I mean by that is on our application here, when we click on an invoice, we're being directed to /invoice/3B756B, which is an invoice. So we want to be able to get that invoice information and display it here on the page. So we have to do this for each one of our invoices, okay? Because see, this one has a different route here. Now, how we're going to do this is we need to get or use this current route ID, and we need to go through all of our invoices and return the one that matches this ID right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin to implement that. Now, the first thing that we're going to do is create a new value of state, and this is going to be called current invoice array, and we're going to set this equal to null. Now we need to go ahead and create a mutation in order to actually get this current invoice array, all right? So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna call this mutation set, and we'll say current invoice like that. And we wanna accept the state in here and also the payload. Now inside of here, we're gonna say state dot current invoice array is going to be equal to, let's see, state dot invoice. Where is it at? Invoice. Why is it not showing up here? Invoice data. There we go. It was giving me some trouble. And then we're going to call the filter method on here. Okay. So what we want to go ahead and do in here is provide it a parameter. So we're going to call this invoice. And then we're going to have our arrow function here. Now we want to return here the invoice.invoice ID that is equal to our payload that we're going to go ahead and pass this function here. And that's going to be simply it. Now, over in our invoice view, let's go ahead and start to set this component up here. We're going to call the name here, and we'll just say invoice view. Now, we're going to be needing to map our state to this component. We're also going to be needing to map our mutations. So let's go ahead and import those to begin. We'll say import here, and we'll call our map mutations and also map state here. We'll say from and then view X in here. So let's go ahead and begin by doing our mutation here. So we'll call our methods. And what we want to go ahead and do here is do map mutations. And then we're going to call the set current invoice here. And then let's go ahead and import our state that I want to go ahead and do, which is going to be our current invoice array. So our computed here, and then we're going to go ahead and map our state. And then we'll say current invoice array here. All right, so what we want to go ahead and do now is create a function that we're going to go ahead and call within our created lifecycle hook to go ahead and create or set our current invoice. So let's go ahead and call or create our function here. And this is going to be called get current invoice. Now, inside of here, what we want to go ahead and do is simply call the set current invoice, and we need to pass it a payload. Now, the payload that we want to go ahead and pass it is going to be the current route ID right here. So how can we get that route ID? Now, it's actually really easy. We can pass it or get that and pass it as a payload by saying this dot money sign route, and we can access the params of this route by saying dot params. And if you recall, the param that we went ahead and defined on this path is invoice ID. So I can copy this, or I just want the invoice ID here, and we can paste that inside here. So we're going to say we want to pass the payload here of this dot route dot params dot invoice ID, which will be this right here. Okay. So on top of that, what I also want to do is I want to create a local data here. So we're going to call data here, and then we'll put our comma there, and let's return this. Now, inside of here, I want to go ahead and create a value of current invoice, and we're going to set this equal to null at the start. And I'll show you why we're going to do this in 1 second. So first off, let's go ahead and actually get the current invoice here. So let's do created here, and let's go ahead and run the function of this dot, let's see, get current invoice here. Now, I want to show you, let's see how I can do this. Now, since we'll have access to this, so we're calling it here, that means when the component is created, it's going to reach out to our store and call this right here. So we should have this value state populated. So inside of my div here, I should be able to access the values of the current array now. So if I just output current invoice array, and I want to go ahead and get the invoice ID here. So if I say invoice ID, and if I go and save this and I go to my page here, we're not going to see anything. Okay, if I come out, come back in, not seeing anything. Now, the reason why is because that does not exist, and I want to keep it clean, so this is why I have this right here. What we'd have to do is we'd have to pass the value of 0 in here every single time you want to go ahead and get something off this current invoice array, because at the end of the day, it's an array of objects that returns from our filter method. So in order to keep our code a little bit cleaner and not have to keep typing in these zeros right here, we're going to set the current invoice array of 0 to the current invoice here. Hopefully that makes sense. And then now you can see we're able to see our invoice ID here. And if I go to another one, you'll see that we have this one here. So that is all working great. So let's go ahead and fix this. So inside our function here, we're simply going to say this dot, let's see, current invoice is going to be equal to this dot current invoice array, and then 0. We'll save that. And now what we can do is we can remove this, and we can say current invoice dot invoice ID, and that looks a lot cleaner, and in my opinion is a lot easier to read than having to add this 0 to our value of our data here inside of our HTML markup. So if I go back over here now, that is all still working as it should. So let's begin here with our markup. So I'm going to remove this div that we went ahead and created for testing here, and we're going to go ahead and create a new div. Now this div is going to have the class of invoice view, and we're also going to have the class of container on here. Now what we want to also do is say v if, and we only want to display this if our current invoice is true. Okay, now let's go ahead and open this up. Now we want to go ahead and start off here by creating a router link here, and this is going to be for our back button to go back to our home view. So we'll go ahead and save that, and we have our class here, and it's going to have the class of navlink, which if you recall is a class that we have inside of our app.view here. Okay, so that's where we're going to get that from. And we also want to pass the value of flex here as a class name. And then for the to attribute here, we're going to bind this, and we're going to say name here, and we want this to go to our home route. Now inside of our router link tags here, we're going to have an image. So let me open this up. So our image, and we're going to go to our assets here, and we want to get the arrow left SVG here. So let's copy that and paste that in here. All right. And then right next to that, we're going to have the text saying go back. And that's going to be our router link here. Now, right below this, we're going to have our header or our heading section here, which is going to have the status and a few of our buttons. So we're going to have the div with the class of header, and we're also going to pass the class of flex on here. Now inside of here, we're going to have a left and right hand side, very similar to how we did inside of our invoice component. So we're going to say div, and we're going to say left, and we're also going to have flex on here. Now we have already done something very similar to what I'm about to put in here for the markup. So to save some time, I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here. So we did the same exact thing, I believe, inside of our invoice component right here, where we had this div with a class of status button and flex, and where we're also going to bind the class here of pay to whatever the current invoice .invoice paid value or draft or pending is. So to save some time here and speed some things up here, I'm going to just simply go ahead and copy and paste this into this div with a class of left. Okay. Now, if you go ahead and copy it and paste it in from this component right here, all you're going to want to do is change this from invoice to current invoice. Okay. Now, for the right-hand side, I'm going to go ahead and collapse that up here. We're going to have a div with the class of right and also flex here. And then what we want to do is have a button, which we're going to have a few of these, and we're going to pass it the class of dark purple. And we're also going to have a click handler on here with a function. So we're going to say click, and we're going to run the function, that's not right, of toggle edit invoice here. And we're going to pass it a parameter of current invoice dot doc ID here. All right. And then for the value inside of this button, it's going to be edits here. Okay. And then let's just go ahead and copy. We'll just do a new one here. So we're going to have another button here, and we're going to have a click event, and we're going to call delete invoice. And we're also going to pass the current, let's see here, current invoice.doc ID to this one. And this button will have a class of red. And then we're going to pass the value inside of this button as delete here. And then one more button here. Actually, I think we'll have a few. We have two more. We're going to have our, let's see here, button. And we're going to have this one have, let's see here, it's going to have a class of green. So we'll say class, and we'll say green here. Now, we only want to show this button if the invoice.pending is true. So this is where we're going to have that switcher to where you can, mark it as paid and then mark it as pending. So we only want to show this button right here if current invoice.invoice pending is true. And the text inside of here will be mark as paid. Okay, oops. Now the function we want to go ahead and run in here is going to be, we'll say at click here, and we're going to be say update status to paid, and we want to pass along the current, I'm just going to copy this here to save some time, the current invoice.doc ID in here. All right, and then the final button here we want to go ahead and add is going to be the one to mark it as pending. So we only want to show this button if the current invoice dot invoice, let's see, draft is true, or let's see here, if the current invoice dot invoice paid is true. Okay, so we only want to have it go back to pending if either one of these conditions are true. So we don't want to show this button if the item is already pending. So hopefully that makes sense what we're doing here. And then when we click on this, we want to run the function of update status. Let's go ahead and camel case that status to pending here. All right, and then inside of the button here, we also want to pass a class, which is going to be orange. And then for the value in here, we're going to have it say mark as pending. Okay, and that should go ahead and reformat it there. So that was a lot, so hopefully you guys aren't too confused, but that's going to be all the markup here for our header. And what I want to do here is just a simple comment, and we'll say header right there. Now, just below our header here, I'm going to go ahead and create a few line breaks, and let's go ahead and enter a new comment, and we'll say invoice details here, and let's create our div. So we'll say div.invoice details. We'll say flex, and we also want to pass flex column on here. Okay. Now we're going to have this separated into 3 different sections. We have the top, we have the middle, and then we have the bottom of our invoice details. So we're going to start obviously at the top here. So let's say div.top, and we'll also say flex on here. Now inside of here, we're going to have our div with the class of left and also flex. And just to save some time, I'm going to copy and paste in the actual data for this. So inside of here, we're going to enter a span with the number. We're going to have the invoice ID here, and then we're also going to have inside of a paragraph tag, as both of these are, the product description. Okay, now below this, we're going to have our div with the class of right here. And same thing, I want to also actually add flex and flex, column here. Now inside of here, I'm just going to copy and paste in this as well. So we're going to be using all paragraph tags here. And inside of here, we're going to have the biller street address, the biller city, the biller zip code, and the biller country. So this is what you're going to see on the right-hand side of our finished invoice. So actually you can't see that because I turned it off. So yeah, you can see it's right here. And this is going to be the stuff that's going to be aligned on the right-hand side over here. Okay. So next up, we want to work on our middle. So that's going to be it for the top. And we're going to say div.middle here. And we want to pass the class of flex on here. And we're going to have the, let's see here, we'll have an H4. Is that right? No, sorry. We want to have a div first inside of here of payment. We're going to have flex and then flex column here. So we're going to have an H4. Why did I do H2? That was really weird. You guys seen that was H4, right? Don't know why I did that. We want to have invoice date in here. And you know what? I'm just going to copy and paste the rest of this in. I don't think you guys want to see me type out all this markup as much as I don't want to type it out myself. So we have the paragraph tag here with our current invoice and invoice date, another H4 with the payment date, and then we have a paragraph tag here with the payment due date off the current invoice array or the current invoice data value. Okay. So this is the middle section is going to be 3 columns. So the payment was the first column. Now we're going to have a middle column here, which is going to have a div or be a div with the class of bill, flex, and flex column here. And I'll just paste this in as well. It's really simple markup, so I don't think it's really worth me typing all this out. So we have our H4 with bill 2, and then we're going to have our client name, our client street address, our client city, zip code, and then our country. Okay. And then the final section or final portion of this middle is going to be the div with the class of send2. We're not top, send2, flex, and flex column here. And inside of here, we're just going to simply have an H4, and then we're going to have our paragraph tag with the client email. Okay, and that's going to be it for the middle. Now for the bottom here, we have a div with the class of bottom. We'll say flex and flex column like that. Now inside of here, we're going to have a div with our billing items, and we're going to have our div with a class of heading, and we want to pass flex on here. Now inside of here, we're going to have paragraph tags. We're going to have 4 of these, and we'll just, let's see here, copy that down 4 times. So we're going to have the, let's see, item name in here. We'll have the quantity, so we'll say QTY, and there we go, let's capitalize that. Then we have our price. And then we have our total here. Okay. Now, very similar to how we did our new invoice, we need to iterate through our invoice item list here inside of our invoice details. So right below our headings div, we're going to go ahead and create a div with a class of item and also flex here. Okay. And then in here, we want to do a v-for loop. Going to say item as our parameter, index, and then we want to say we're going to say current invoice dot invoice item list, like that. And don't forget, we have to do our key, and we're going to pass in the index value there for that. Now inside of here, let's just go ahead and paste this in. It's very similar to how we already did it in our new invoice modal. We're going to have the item.item name, the quantity, the price, and the total here. Okay, and then the final thing here inside of the bottom, so if I close out the billing items here, we're going to have the actual total. So we're going to have a div with a class of total and then flex. And we're going to have a paragraph tag here with the amount due. And then another paragraph tag here. And we're going to say current invoice dot invoice total here. And that's going to be all the markup we need here. So I know, once again, this combined with the actual markup for our invoice modal was a lot, but now that we're done, that's going to be the majority of the markup we need to do for this whole entire project. So that's good. Now, hopefully, if we did nothing else wrong, we should be able to head over to our application here and see all this data like so, and we have no errors, so that's good. So let's go ahead and address this, because obviously we need to do some formatting. So let's go ahead and add some styling to our invoice view. So let's go ahead and remove our style tags here, and let's add our SCSS scoped. And the first thing we want to go ahead and target is going to be our invoice, and we'll say view here. Now inside of here, I want to target our nav link first off. So we already defined a lot of the properties, or a few properties inside of wrap.view, but I want to do some additional styling to this inside of the component as well. So we'll say margin bottom here, 32 pixels. We're going to align the items to the center. If you recall, we went ahead and set this to flex, so we are able to do that. We want to give this a color here of white, and then we want to give it a font size of 12 pixels here. Now inside of this nav link, we also have our image, so let's go ahead and target that. We're going to give it a margin on the right of 16 pixels here. We're going to give it a width of 7 pixels and then a height of 10 pixels here. Okay, and that's going to be it for our nav link. So next up, we're going to target our header and also our invoice details together. So we'll say invoice details here. And the shared styling that we want to go ahead and do here is give it a background color. And we're going to say 1E2139. And we also want to give it a border radius here of 20 pixels. Okay, and then now what we're going to do is actually target our header specifically here. And what we want to do is first off give this align items to the center. We're going to give it a padding of 24 pixels on the top and bottom, and then we're going to do 32 pixels on the left and right. And we're going to give everything inside here a font size of 12 pixels. Okay, now inside of our header we have a few children, and we have the left-hand class, or the left class, which you want to align the items to the center as well. And then we have our span inside of here, which I want to go ahead and give a color, and we're going to say DFE3FA, which this stands for the actual pound sign. And then we want to give this a margin on the right of 16 pixels to separate it from the actual invoice number. Okay, now that's going to be it for our left-hand side here. So let's go ahead and target our right. We're going to say give this a flex value of 1, and we want to justify that content to the flex end. So what that's going to do is if we head over to our application here, you should see that it didn't actually do anything. It's not over to the end yet. Did we forget to add flex to the right-hand side, I'm wondering? So header. So it looks like it did work. I was just looking at the wrong portion here. I was looking at the actual invoice details when we're still working on this header section right here. So that did work, and as you can see, it got pushed all to the right here. So that is working. I was just looking at the wrong one. All right, now inside of right here, continuing on, we have our button, and I want to go ahead and give this a color here of white. So we'll say FFF, and that should go ahead and do it for our headers. So if we take a look, everything should be good here, and that looks great. All right, so let's go ahead and start to work on our invoice details here. So let's target invoice details, and we want to give this a padding all around of 48 pixels here. And we want to give it a margin on the top to separate it from our header by, let's see, 24 pixels there. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with our top section here. So in our top, the only thing, or to start off, what I want to do is give the div, and we want to say color here, and we want to target or give this a color of DFE3FA. And we want to give them the flex value here of 1. So when we refer to the top and the div, if we go back up here just to kind of clarify this, we have 2 divs here in the top. Now we could go ahead and refer to them as left and right, but we can also just refer to them as a div. And inside of this div with the class at top, we have 2 children divs. So it works the same. So if you're wondering why I'm doing that, it's just, you know, they both work the same, and it goes ahead and makes sense instead of typing out right and left to go ahead and do some shared styling there. All right, and then let's go ahead and target our left specifically here, and we want to give this a font size 12 pixels here. And then we want to target the paragraph and the paragraph tag, and we're going to say first child here. Now inside of here, we want to give this a font size of 24 pixels. We're going to give this a text transform here, and we're going to say uppercase, and we're going to give it a color here of white, and then a margin on the bottom of 8 pixels here. Okay, and then next up, what I want to go ahead and do is target the second paragraph element in this div. So we're going to say and child 2, and we want to go ahead and give this a font size here, and we're going to say 16 pixels. And then for our span that we have inside of here, we're going to go ahead and give it the color. So we'll say color, and we're going to do, let's see, 888 EB0 here. And I forgot the pound sign. And that should go ahead and do it for our left-hand side here. So right below left, let's target our right. And what we want to do here is give this a font size of 12 pixels, and we want to align the items to the flex end here. So this was actually the div I was looking at when I thought something was wrong. So if we head over here now, you should see that we have this, and we must have did something wrong because that should be underneath it. So I probably forgot to give the left the value of flex column here. So let's go ahead and pass that along here, do that, take a look, and okay, that looks a lot better. So we're making progress, and this is already starting to look a lot better here. All right, so continuing on here, we're going to work on the middle section. So I'm going to save some space and collapse the top here. Now let's go ahead and target our middle. And for our middle, we want to go ahead and give this a margin on the top to separate it by 50 pixels. A color value here of our DFE3FA, and we want to go ahead and provide a gap to the 3 children divs in this div by 16 pixels. Okay, and then we want to target our H4, and we want to give these a font size of 12 pixels and a font weight here of 400. And then we want to give this a margin on the bottom here of 12 pixels. Now, for the H4s, they're going to be for, I believe we had the invoice details. So if we go to middle here, we had the payment. The H4s have the invoice date and also the payment date. And then we have the send to, and I believe that's all. And I think we may have had it here in bill too. Okay, so that is where the H4s are pertaining to. Then let's go ahead and style up our paragraph tag here. Give this a font size of 16 pixels here. And then inside of here, we have two classes we're going to target called bill and then payment here. And we want to give these the flex value of 1. Okay. And then I want to go ahead and target the payment class specifically. And we want to say the H4, and we're going to say nth child here. And we're going to say 3. So it's going to be that second H4 inside of our payment. And we want to give it a margin on the top of 32 pixels here. Okay, and then for our paragraph tags, we want to give these a little bit of a bolder font weight. So we're going to say font weight and set that to 600 here. So if we save that, take a look, you'll see that we have the invoice date here. We have the paragraph tag here, and the H4 with the third and the child 3 is getting pushed up right here. You can see that we have the margin top right here getting set right there. Okay, so things are starting to look a lot better. Now, the next thing I want to go ahead and target is going to be our bill. So let's go right below payment here, and we'll target bill. And here we want to target the paragraph and the nth child, and we want to target the second one. And what we're going to do here is give this one a font size of 16 pixels. Okay, and then we also want to target the third child. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and duplicate that down here. And we'll say 3. And on here, we just want to give this a margin top of auto. So everything below the third paragraph tag or the third paragraph and down will be pushed down to the bottom of the page. And if you see, well, you're not going to see it because we have these, the font size here pretty big still. And if we go ahead and actually target our paragraph tag here next, we're going to change the font size to 12 pixels here. And now we should see that effect happen where we have this gap between here because the third child is getting pushed down from the top, therefore resulting in all the other items below it getting pushed down with it. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and do it for our bill. Now, the last one I want to go ahead and do is going to be for our send to. So we're going to say send to. And we want to provide this one a flex value of 2. Okay, and that's going to go ahead and make it look like this is going to take up more than the equal. So these are taking a flex 1, and flex 2. Okay, and that is looking good. Now, the last section here we want to go ahead and work on is going to be our bottom. I believe that's the last section. Hopefully, let's see, middle. Well, I should say, I think we have the bottom. Yep, so that's going to be our last section here. So we're almost done here. I know this has been a lot of CSS and markup, but we need to go ahead and do this. If you want to fast forward through this or just go ahead and get all the styling from the repository, you're more than welcome to do so. But if you want to learn some CSS and follow along, then we're almost done. And then we have the bottom here. So we'll say bottom. And we're going to give this a margin on the top of 50 pixels here. Okay, and then we have our billing items, and we're going to give this a padding value of 32 pixels. We're going to pass a border, let's see, radius here of 20 pixels on the top left, 20 pixels on the top right, and then 0, 0. And then we want to give this a background color here of 252945, and that's the @ sign, not the pound sign. Okay, now inside of here we have our headings, so we'll say headings, and we're going to give this a color of our DF, let's see, DF E3FA. We're going to give this a, let's see, font size of 12 pixels, and then a margin on the bottom here of 32 pixels. And then we want to target our paragraph, and we're going to do the first child. And in here, we're going to go ahead and give this a flex value of 3. And we want to text align to the left-hand side here. So we'll say left. All right. And this is going to be for our actual invoice items here. So we take a look, it's going to be for these right here. Okay, so what we want to do next is target all the paragraph elements here, and we're going to say flex and pass that the value of 1, and then text align that to the right hand side here, and hopefully we start seeing that all take effect. I think we may have messed something up because that should be working. That's our billing items here. Do we type in the name wrong? Let's see here. So it looks like I did make a mistake here, and this should actually be heading. So if we save that, we should see our changes happen there, and there we go. So this is a small little mistake in our actual selector name here. So I believe that's actually going to do it for our heading here. Next up, we want to target our item class. So we'll go down here and say item. Now this is actually going to be for our items that we have inside of our array here. So if I scroll up, we have our billing here, and then we have the item right here, which is this div. Okay, so let's head back down here, and what we want to do is we want to pass this the value of margin bottom and do 32 pixels. We're going to give it a font size of 13 pixels and a color of white here. And what we want to go ahead and do is target the, let's see, last child here, and we want to give it a margin on the bottom of 0. So if there is more than one item, we don't want to have the margin bottom be 32 if there's only one item, or if there's 5, we don't need a margin bottom on that last item to have 32. So we're going to go ahead and remove that by saying and last child here. Okay, and then we want to go ahead and target our paragraph here, and we're going to say first child, going to say flex 3, text align to the left, and then we're going to say paragraph or all other paragraph tags in here. We want to pass it a flex value of 1, and then text align that to the right hand side here. And that's going to go ahead and do it for our actual billing items here. Now the last thing we need to go ahead and do is actually style up our total section here. And let's start off by giving this a color of white, a padding value of 32 pixels, and then we want to give this a background color, and we're going to say RGBA here, and we're going to pass it the value of 12, 14, 22, and then 70% opacity here. And we're going to align all the items to the center here, and we want to give this a border radius of 0, 0, 20 pixels on the bottom, not 200, 20 pixels on the bottom right, and 20 pixels on the bottom left. And then we want to go ahead and target our paragraph tag here and say flex value of 1, font size of 12 pixels. And then our paragraph, we're going to say nth child here. We're going to use 2. And we're going to say font size is equal to 28 pixels here. And then text align this to the right hand side there. And whew, that was a lot of CSS. I know I mentioned it before, but that is going to be it here. So hopefully if we cross our fingers and I go over to our application here, everything should look good. And I believe it does. It seems like maybe that's not correct here. So let me go ahead and actually get to an invoice here. If I do pending, not going to show. All right, give me 1 second to go ahead and confirm that this is all good. Something does seem off with this section right here though. So I did make a little mistake when I typed in the color code, because this is supposed to be what it's going to look like, and this is what we currently have. So obviously that is not correct. So the issues that we did is that for RGBA, I said RBGA, it's RGBA like that. And then for our background color here, it's supposed to be 252945. So if we save that, there we go. That looks a lot better, and that is our styling for our invoice view. Now, currently when we select our invoice here, we're going to be taken to our new invoice view where we can see all the details about the invoice here. But we still need to go ahead and do a few things here, such as be able to edit our invoice, delete it, and also have it become marked as paid or change it from paid to pending. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start from the left to the right. So what we want to do first is be able to edit our invoice here. So let's go ahead and begin to implement that. Now here inside of Review Store, we're going to go ahead and create a new piece of state. So this state is going to be called edit invoice here, and we're going to set this equal to null. Now, as we have done with many of our state values here, in order for us to toggle this edit invoice value from true to false, we're going to need to create a new mutation here. So we'll go to the bottom here under set current invoice, and we're going to go ahead and put all caps on, and we're going to say not set, we'll do toggle, and we'll say edit invoice here, and we want to do underscore invoice. Okay, now inside of here, what we want to do is pass in the value of state, and then we're going to say state.edit invoice is going to equal the opposite of state.edit invoice here. Okay, so now for us to toggle this, what we need to do is head back over to our invoice view here. And inside here, we have a few functions. Oh, sorry, the invoice view. We can actually close that out. We don't need that. So inside of here, we have this function called toggle edit invoice. Now, initially, we were going to pass the current invoice.docID, but we actually no longer need this. So we can simply just say, whenever we click on this, we want to run the function of toggle edit invoice here. So down in our methods here, what we want to go ahead and do is create a new method for our toggle invoice, our toggle edit invoice function. And what we're going to be doing here is we need to go ahead and run or commit a few mutations here. Now, those are going to be the toggle invoice mutation and also the new the new mutation we created of toggle edit invoice. So what we can do here is we can actually map these inside of our map mutations here. So we want to go ahead and get the toggle edit invoice. So let's just go ahead and copy and paste this in here. And then the other one we want to go ahead and get is the actual toggle our toggle invoice. Too many toggles and invoices here. So we'll do toggle invoice right there. And we'll paste this in. So what we want to go ahead and do here is we want to say this dot, and we'll do toggle edit invoice. And then we're going to go ahead and do this dot toggle invoice here. Okay, so now if we head over to our application and we click on edit here, what should happen is our invoice or our invoice modal should go ahead and come in from the left. If we do that, you can see that all works. But clearly right now, what we need to do is somehow have a way to populate this with our current data right here. And also we need to make a few changes, such as updating the title here to edit invoice and also to the buttons down below here. Now, in order to make these changes, what we're going to go ahead and do is actually use the state value here of edit invoice inside of our invoice modal to detect whether or not the modal should be in edit mode or it should be in new invoice mode right here. Okay, so in order to use this value of state, we need to head down to our script tag here and actually map our state. So currently inside of this component, we aren't doing that, so we need to go ahead and import that here. So we'll say import map state inside of this import right here. And then let me just go ahead and minimize that, and we'll come down here below or above our watch, and we'll do our compute it. And we'll say here map state, and then we want to go ahead and open our array here, and we're going to say, let's do edit invoice here. Okay, and if we go ahead and save that, or sorry, we need to put a, wait, what am I doing? Let's just actually put a comma there, and that should all update there for us. So now we have access to use this value here of edit invoice inside of our component here. So let's go ahead and do our updates. So first off, the H1 of new invoice. Now we only want to display this right here. So we're going to say if edit, and we'll say invoice is not true. All right, so otherwise we'll go ahead and say, so what we're going to do here is a VIF, and we'll say a V else here. So if this is true and edit invoice is true, we want to go ahead and say edit invoice here. And if we go over to our application, you should see now if we click on edit, this is going to say edit invoice right here. Now, a few other changes we need to make here on the form are going to be inside or these buttons right here. If we go over to our demo, when we go to edit a invoice here, we want it to say cancel and or update invoice here. Okay, so let's go ahead and just close out of this here, and let's just go ahead and cancel that there. So inside of our markup here, we need to go down to our buttons here. And what we want to do is on the save draft and create invoice, you want to put a VIF on here as well. So I only want to show these if edit invoice is not true. Let's go ahead and copy this and we'll paste that. And then we also want to add a new button here. So we're going to come down below and we're going to have a button. We're going to throw the v-else on here as well. So we'll say v-else. And you know what? Actually, let's not do that. We're going to just say v-if here. And we'll say if, actually, I could just copy and paste that in right here. And we're only going to show this button if edit invoice is true. We're going to pass this a class of, let's see here, purple. And this is going to say update invoice here. And let's not forget to pass this a type of submit as well. So we'll say equals here and our quotes. And there we go. And why didn't that? Oh, because we did that. All right, so there we go. Now if we head over to, what happened to our other one here? What did I do wrong? What the heck happened? Not really sure how that happened. So what we need to do is put on type of submit there, and that is good. I'm not even sure how that happened, how we deleted that. But if we head over to our application now, click on edit here, we should see that we don't have that change. Let me refresh here and see if that does it. And there we go. So as you can see here now, we have cancel, and then we have update invoice now instead of that. And if we click out of here and we hit close and we go back and we create a new invoice here, you should see that it's still going to say edit invoice. Now, the reason why it's doing this is because we never went ahead and retoggled the editing invoice state here inside of our store. Now, where we need to do this inside is inside of our modal here. So when we close the modal here, what we also want to do is we want to toggle the edit state value if it is currently true. So to do this, what we want to do is we want to also map state in here. And we need to define our compute it. So we'll come right below here. And we're going to say map state, our array, and we're going to say edit invoice here. So what we need to do, we'll save that. Now in our close invoice here, we want to say if this dot edit invoice is true. Then we want to map our mutation here, which is going to be the toggle edit invoice. So let's copy that. And in our modal here, we want to map this out. So we'll say toggle edit invoice here. So when we close our invoice, if this is currently true, then we want to go ahead and run this mutation here. Okay, so we'll say this and toggle that. Now if we head over to our application and we do a refresh here, let's go ahead and go to try to edit one. So if we click on edit, you should see it's edit invoice here. All of our stuff is correct down here. And if we click on cancel, it's going to go ahead and go away, which we actually didn't update it there as well. So now if we go back and we hit a new invoice, it's still going to say edit invoice. So we also need to update it there. But now if I click on close on the new invoice, since it was on the modal, we should see that it's going to say new invoice here. So what we need to do is on our invoice view here, I believe is our invoice modal. When we click on close invoice here, what we want to do is we have this function right here. We want to do the same thing. We want to say if, we'll say this dot edit invoice is true. Then we want to say this dot, let's see, toggle. We actually never mapped it in here as well. So let me go ahead and do that really quick. I was wondering why it wasn't showing up. So toggle edit invoice here. I thought we had mapped that already in here, but I guess we did not. And let's go ahead and just put a comma here. And then we'll run this right here. Okay, so that should go ahead and fix it up. I know that was actually pretty confusing. There was a lot of spots we needed to update that, but I think now if we go ahead and do it on any page, we should see that it's going to be all set. So if I go back here, we click on edit, we have edit invoice, which is correct. We have these buttons down here that are updated. If we click on cancel and we go back and we click on new invoice, we should see it now. It says new invoice. And if we do the same thing, if we go back here, we edit it. And we click on the outside here to close it within the modal. We click close, we go back and we hit new invoice. This is all back to the correct formatting for actually creating a new invoice. Now we went ahead and made the UI updates to our invoice modal when we click on edit, but we still don't have our data populated here from our current invoice. So let's go ahead and fix that. Now here inside of the invoice modal, we want to go to our created lifecycle hook here. So first off, if we're going to be populating our invoice with the data from the current invoice we're editing, we don't want to actually set this right here. So let's go ahead and run a if check here, and we want to say if this dot edit invoice is not true, then we want to go ahead and populate this information right here. Otherwise, we don't want to do that. Okay. Now, we currently already have a reference to the invoice that we're editing here inside of our store, and that's stored inside of this value of current invoice array. Now, what we need to do is inside of our map state down here, we want to map this value of state inside of this invoice modal component. Now, what we're going to do is inside of our created lifecycle hook here, we're going to run another if check. So we want to say if this dot edit invoice is true, then what we're going to do is I'm going to create a local value here, a local variable called current invoice, and we're going to do something very similar to what we did inside of, I believe, where was it, our invoice view here, where we had this, and we're setting the current invoice equal to our state value here of this dot current array of 0. Okay, so we're going to say this dot state, or sorry, this dot current invoice array, and we're going to say 0. Now, to save some time here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste in the data here. So what we're going to be doing is we have all this data that we went ahead and created inside of this component. So we're going to be setting this data right here all equal to the data that we have inside of the current invoice array. So if I copy and paste this in here and we go back over to our application, we should see now that we have all the current information that we have right here inside of this edit invoice modal. So we have the client name, which you can see matches up right there. We have the street address, which matches up right there. So we are now able to populate our edit invoice modal, and we can now actually make changes to our invoice if we want to go ahead and do that. Now, currently, if we select the ability to edit our invoice here and we want to update it, you can see visually we can go ahead and do that in our form. So we want to change the client name to a bunch of L's here and just make some changes. Now, if we go to actually click on update invoice here, it's actually not going to update this current invoice. What's going to happen is if we come over to our Firestore collection, it's actually going to create a new invoice here. Now, the reason why this is happening is because inside of our function here, if we go to our invoice modal here, it's running the upload invoice function, which when we run that is going to actually create a new collection item inside of our Firestore database, and we don't want that. What we want to do is we want to go ahead and actually update the current invoice that we're editing. So let's go ahead and begin to implement the functionality to update it and not create a new collection item. Now let's begin here inside of our store where we need to create a few new things. So we need to create a new mutation, and we also need to create a new action. Now inside of this action, what we're going to be doing here is first off, we want to delete the current invoice inside of our state that we're going to be updating. Okay, and then from there, what we're going to go ahead and do inside of this action is we're actually going to call this action right here of get invoices to go ahead and get all the invoices, which will then have the newly updated values from our Firestore collection on the invoice that we just went ahead and updated. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Then what we want to go ahead and do is obviously toggle our edit invoice here and then toggle our modal. And then we're going to go ahead and have to reset the current invoice right here to the actual invoice that we just went ahead and edited. Okay, so hopefully that's not too confusing. I know it was a lot to take in there, but let's go ahead and get started here. So what we need to do is create a new mutation here, and this is going to be called deletes invoice, and we'll pass this. And what we want to say inside of the parameters is going to be state, and we want to pass a payload here. Now inside of this delete invoice, what we're going to do is we're going to target our state.invoice data, and we're going to set it equal to our state.invoice data, and we're going to call the filter method here. And then we're going to have our parameter of invoice and then our arrow function here. And what we want to go ahead and do is we want to target the invoice parameter here. and we want to say the doc ID that is not equal to the payload. So what this is going to do, it's going to filter out the document that we want to delete from our state of invoice data here. Okay, now that's going to be it for our mutations, and we're going to call this mutation inside of our new action that we're about to create here, which is going to be called update invoice. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this, and we'll say update invoice here, and we're going to be using async and await in here, so I'm going to go ahead and define that outside of this function, and we'll do that, and then open our curly brackets here. Now for the parameters here, we want to go ahead and we want to call commit, and we also want to pass dispatch. Now we're also going to be passing this a payload, which I'm going to destructure here. So the payload that we're going to be sending this is going to be doc ID and also the route ID here. Okay, now we're going to be using the doc ID to pass in as a payload in our delete invoice right here, and then we're going to use the route ID inside of this mutation right here to go ahead and reset the current invoice. Now the first thing that we want to go ahead and do inside of this action is delete the current invoice that we want to update here. Okay, so we're going to say commit, and we want to run our mutation here of delete invoice, and we want to pass it the doc ID payload that we're going to go ahead and define over on our invoice modal. Okay, so that is the first portion here. Now once we delete it, at this point in time, our newly updated invoice should be over on our Firestore collection. So we want to go ahead and reach out to our function here of get invoices and go ahead and get that new invoice. And if you recall, what we did here is we are saying if the invoice that is running through already exists, then don't do nothing. So since we deleted it, that invoice that we just updated won't exist, and we're going to go ahead and pull all the new information that we went ahead and updated here, and then we're going to send that back to our array here of invoice data. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. So we're going to go ahead and await here, and we're going to call dispatch, and then we want to call our get invoices here. Okay, and then we want to go ahead and do a few commits here. So then at this point, when we're done updating our invoice, you want to toggle the invoice close, and we also want to turn off our editing invoice state here. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass in the value here of toggle invoice. And then let's go ahead and copy this down, and we're going to say toggle, and we'll pass in edit invoice here. And now the final thing that we want to go ahead and commit is the assigning here, or we want to go ahead and rerun this mutation here of set current invoice. So let's go ahead and copy that, and we'll paste this down here. And then let's go ahead and paste this in, and then we need to pass in the payload here of route ID as well. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and be it for our updates here on the store. Now what we need to do is we need to create a new function inside of our invoice modal to go ahead and handle the updating of our invoice. So let's head over to that component and begin to work on that. Now here inside of our invoice modal, what I want to do first is, if you recall earlier on, we had this if condition right here that was checking if edit invoice is true, and then we're setting our current invoice here equal to the current invoice array, and then we're populating all of our data with this variable right here. Okay, now we went ahead and created this value that we don't have in our data of this.docid, and in order to use this inside of our update invoice function, we need to go ahead and actually create this data inside of our data here. So right below our date options here, I'm going to go and paste docid, and we'll set this equal to null. And if we are editing an invoice, then it'll go ahead and get assigned to the current invoice.docid. Okay, so next up, what we want to go ahead and do is actually create our update invoice function. Now, this function is going to be very similar to our upload invoice here. So what we're going to do is actually just copy and paste this down here, and let me go ahead and collapse that. Now, instead of saying upload here, let's change this to update. Now, what we also need to do is we need to check. So now this function right here of submit form is going to make sense, and you're going to see why we did this, because when we submit the form, we either want to go ahead and run the update invoice function, or we want to run the upload invoice function. Now, how we're going to determine which one to, run is by our state value here of edit invoice. So let's go ahead and run an if check here. Now, if this value of edit invoice is true, then we know we're making an edit to our invoice. So therefore, we're going to want to run our this.update invoice function. And then what we'll do is we'll return out of here. So if this isn't true, then that means we're not editing an invoice and we're actually uploading a new one. So then our upload invoice function will go ahead and run. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through our update invoice function here. We're going to make some changes, but like I said, a lot of things are going to stay the same. So for example, these three things right here, we're going to keep the same. We still want to check to make sure that the user has entered in items into the invoice item list and they did not go ahead and delete those on accident. And we still want to check that. We want to set loading to true. We are going to calculate the invoice total in the event that the user made some changes to the invoice item list. Okay, now the changes come right here at this variable of const database here. Now, this variable right here is going to create a new document. Now, we don't want to go ahead and do that. What we want to do is we want to get a reference to the document that we're updating. So how we can do that is by passing this .docID, that value we just went ahead and created inside of our data, which when we pass it this value right here, this variable of database will return that collection item that we want to go ahead and update. Okay. Now, instead of actually setting here, what we want to do is I'm going to delete this. We don't want to set because it's going to actually override everything. We just want to update here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste this in. So a few line breaks here. And we want to perform what they call a update method, which is part of the Firestore library. And you can see here it's going to look like this. So we're going to say await database, and then we're going to run the update method here. We want to update all of these values for that current collection item that we're referencing right here in this line. So you may notice that this is a lot smaller than our original set up here inside of our upload invoice. Now, the reason is because we don't need to define an invoice ID. We're not going to be updating that. That's already created. And we're not going to be updating these values of pending, draft, or paid. And I believe we also eliminated a few of them as well inside of our update here. So if you want to pause and copy this in, you're more than welcome to, or you can head over to the finished repository and you can copy and paste this in here. But that's going to be it for our actual updates here. Now, we still want to go ahead and have the loading set to false here. And then the last thing we need to do, or actually two things, is we need to create our payload that we're going to be sending our action of update invoice here. Now, in order to use our update invoice action here, we need to map our actions inside of our mutations here, which we have not done yet. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to say ... and we'll say map actions. We'll get our array. And we called this update invoice here. Okay. And we put a comma there. Now we actually still need to import this as well. So let's head up to our import tag here, and it already did it for us apparently. So that's cool. I noticed that it works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. So I guess it just depends on how you're actually importing that, if you're actually mapping it out first, or I'm not really sure. But you can see that we are able to actually use our map actions here inside of our component now. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove this .toggle invoice and we're going to replace it with, we'll say, I guess I could just remove this whole thing here. We'll say update invoice here. Now, like I mentioned, we need to create our payload. So if you recall, what we're going to be sending along is the document ID and also the route ID here. So let's go ahead and create a new variable here called data. And we're going to set this equal to an object now. So we want to go ahead and create our doc ID here, not this, we'll say doc ID. And we want to set this equal to the current document ID. So we're going to say this.doc ID. Now we also want to create a value here of route ID. And we're going to set this equal to this dot money sign route.params, and we want to get the param here of invoice ID. Okay, and then all we need to do is pass this data value along as a payload or a parameter here inside of this function. Now, with all this implemented, hopefully if we head over to our application now and we go to edit our invoice, we'll see that change happen. And if we go to our Firestore collection, all those changes that we made inside of our modal should be updated inside of that collection item. All right, so here on our invoice view, let's go ahead and try to make an edit here to our invoice. So we'll select on edit here, our modal is gonna pop out, and let's just change our email here to testing123@yahoo.com here. And then let's go ahead and perform an update here. So you can see that everything worked successfully. Our invoice was toggled back. And if we come over to our invoice here, we don't see a change. But if we go to refresh it here, we should see that our email right here will be changed to testing123. So now we're able to successfully go ahead and update our invoice. So now we're able to make an update to our invoice, and that is great. But to see the change that we made, we have to refresh the page, which in my opinion isn't a very good user experience for an application. Now, what would be ideal is that when you make the update, you see the change happen here on our invoice view in real time. So let's go ahead and implement that ability here within our application. So inside of our invoice view component, the first thing I want to go ahead and do is map in a value of state from our store. And this is going to be edit invoice here. Now, what we're going to be doing is each time the edit invoice is toggled, we want to watch for that. So each time there's a change in its value, we want to go ahead and watch for that. Now, how we can do this is by using a watcher here on our component. So we're going to say watch and open this up. Now, what we want to watch is going to be edit invoice here. Now, inside of here, each time this is toggled, what we want to do is we want to look for when it is false. So when it is true, that means the user is currently making an update, and when it is false, that is going to mean the user has made an update and is no longer doing so. And at that point, we want to reinitialize or reset the value here of this.current invoice to our new current invoice array with the updated info for our invoice here. Okay, so to do this, we're simply going to say an if check here. And we want to check this.edit invoice, and we want to make sure this is false. Now, if it's false, what we're going to do here is say this.current invoice is going to equal this.current invoice array and that first value here. Okay, so now if we head back over to our application, this simple code right here of our watcher will go ahead and update our data in real time. So let's go ahead and make an update here or an edit. And let's change your email back. We'll say john@johnkomarnicki.com here. Now, when I select update here, you should see that our email updated in real time, and we did not have to go ahead and refresh our page to see that change take effect. So now that we have the ability to edit our invoice inside of this view, we also want to have the ability to delete our invoice. Now, we already have half of this set up from our current editing that we did inside of this action right here of delete invoice as a mutation. So what that's going to do is delete it off the front end side of our application. Now, that's not going to remove it on our Firestore collection. So what we need to do is create a new action here inside of our store to go ahead and handle that. So we're going to go ahead and call async here, and we're going to create a new action called delete, and we'll say invoice. Now, what we want to pass inside of here is we're going to call commit. So let's go ahead and take off cap locks there, commit. And we also want to accept a payload here, which is going to be called the doc ID. Now, inside of this action, what we're going to do is first off, we need to get a reference to the item or the collection item that we want to delete. So let's go ahead and create a new variable here called get invoice and set this equal to db dot, let's see, not doc, not yet, it's a little too early. We're going to say db.collection, and we want to reference our collection of invoices here. And if you recall, how we can get a certain doc from the collection is by passing it .doc or the doc method, and then we want to insert that document ID, which we're going to be passing here along as a payload. So I can go ahead and call doc ID right here, and that'll get us the current invoice that we want to delete. Now, with this value, we want to call await here, and we're going to say get invoice, and there is a method called delete, and that is going to be it. That'll go ahead and delete our invoice off our Firestore collection. Now, the last thing we want to do here is run a commit to actually delete our invoice off the front end here. So let's go ahead and open this up and we'll say delete invoice here. And then we want to pass along that doc ID, and that's going to be our simple action here. So let's head back over to our invoice view here. Now, if you recall, we have this function here, or a click on this button for delete of delete invoice, and we're going to pass along the current invoice.doc ID here. So let's go right below our toggle edit invoice here, and let's paste this delete invoice in, and recall we want to accept a parameter here of doc ID. Okay, now we're going to be using a action inside of this component, and we don't have that defined here in our methods. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll say map actions here, and it's going to automatically import it there for us. And let's call our array, and we'll call delete invoice here. Now what we want to do is put a comma there, and that should get rid of our error. Now inside of our function here, what we want to do is we're going to be using actually a sync here as well. So let's pass this a sync. Okay. And we first want to call our action of delete invoice. So we're going to go ahead and say await here, this dot delete invoice, and we want to pass along this doc ID here. Okay. Now, after we delete this invoice, we want to be redirected back to the home page because we're going to delete the invoice. We no longer want to be on this page. So how we can do that is by calling this .moneySignRouter. We can provide it the push method here, and we can provide it the destination that we want to go. And we're going to go ahead and do this with an object. Going to pass it the name value and the name of the component we want to go ahead and be pushed to, which is going to be our home view here. So now if we head back over to our application, and if we refresh here to make sure everything's up to date, we should be able to delete this invoice and go back to our home view, and we should no longer see this invoice within our application here. So let's go ahead and click delete, and there we go. We get directed back to our home view, and that invoice is no longer in our application. And if we go back to our Firestore collection here, we did have 3, and now we only have 2 invoices left. Now, the last thing that we need to do here inside of our invoice view is have the ability to update our status of our invoice here, which is going to be controlled by this button of mark as paid. Now, if you recall, inside of our invoice view here, we have 2 different buttons. So we're going to have a function that's going to be able to update the status to paid. That is if the current invoice is pending. And we're also going to have a function to update the status back to pending, which will be visible if it is currently a draft or it's currently already paid here. Okay, so to get started here, what we need to do is head over to our store and create a few mutations and a few different actions here. So let's start off with our mutations because we're going to be calling these mutations within our actions. So the mutations are going to control what we change on the front end here. So the first one I'm going to go ahead and create here is called update. We'll say status underscore to and paid here. Now this mutation is going to accept state and also a payload. Now what we want to do is we want to iterate through our current invoice data here, and we're going to do that using a for each loop. So we're going to say state.forEach here, or sorry, state.invoiceData.forEach, and we're going to pass it the parameter of invoice here, and then we're going to have our arrow function here. Now inside of here, what we want to do is a if check. So what we want to check is if the invoice.doc ID is equal to the payload. So if that is true, that means we want to go ahead and do some updates to the values inside of this current object inside of this array. So when we're updating the status to paid, it is currently pending. So what we want to say here is we have invoice paid, and we're going to set that equal to true. Okay, and we also have invoice pending, and we want to set this equal to false. Okay, so that's going to handle our changes on the front end. Now we also have another mutation, which I'm going to go ahead and just simply copy and paste this down because they're going to be very similar, except we want to have this function be called update status to pending here. Okay, and we're going to run the same exact for each loop here. Now this time what we want to do is also include, oops, we don't want caps here, invoice, let's see, draft, and we want to set this to false. Now, instead of invoice pending being false, we want to set this to true. And then our invoice paid, we want to go ahead and make sure that it's set to false. All right, so those are the two mutations that'll handle everything on the front end of things. Now let's go ahead and create our actions here. So we're going to be using async and await like we have for all of our actions. And we're going to call this one update status to paid. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this right here. Now, what we want to accept in here is going to be very similar to this right here, our delete invoice. We want to accept a commit or we want to be able to make a commit here. So we're going to pass in commit, and then we also want to pass the doc ID here. Okay, so inside of this action here, we're going to say const get invoice is equal to db dot collection here. And we'll pass it our invoices, and then we'll say .doc, and we're going to pass it our payload here of doc, and we'll go ID there. Okay, now this is very similar to our delete invoice, and then what we want to do is instead of deleting it, we're going to await it, and we'll wait to get that value, and we're going to perform an update here. Now inside of this update, what we want to go ahead and do is the same things that we did inside of our for each loop here, and we want to update the invoice paid and the invoice pending. So to do that, we'll say invoice paid, and we'll say that is true. And we're going to go ahead and say invoice pending here and set this to false. Okay, and that's going to be our action. That's going to go ahead and update things on the back end. Now what we need to do is pass our commit along here, which is going to update things on the front end. So this one's going to be update status to paid. So we'll just go ahead and copy that in here. And there we go. That is our finished action. So the update status to pending is going to be very similar. So let's go ahead and copy this down. And let's go ahead and update this one to update status to pending here. Paste that in here, and let's also change our commit right here. Okay, and then like I mentioned before, inside of this mutation, we're going to be targeting the invoice draft as well. So we're going to say invoice, and I got to take caps off here, draft, and this one's going to be false. Let's put that space back there, and in this case, pending is going to be true, and paid will be false. Okay, so that's going to take care of our actions inside the store. Now what we need to do is head back over to our invoice view and hook up these actions to our functions that we went ahead and have on our buttons. So really quick here, I forgot to do one thing, which is pass along the payload here inside of our commit. So this won't actually do anything if we don't pass it a payload. So let's go ahead and say doc ID in there, and then also doc ID in here. Okay, so if we head back over to our invoice view now, and we go ahead and start to set things up. So first off, to use these actions inside of our component here, we need to go ahead and map them. So what we want to do here is, let's say we're going to map, and it's going to be called updates, and we need caps here, updates status to pending. And then we also want to have our update status to paid. So let's copy this and comma quotes, and we'll say paid here. Okay, so what we want to do next is we want to grab the function name. So the first one we have is our update status to paid. So let's go ahead and call that right below our delete invoice. And we'll go ahead and say update status to paid. And recall, we want to go ahead and pass the doc ID here. And then what we want to do is pass the name of the action here, which is going to be update status to paid, and then let's pass along our doc ID here. Okay, now let's copy and paste this down here, and we're going to call this update status to pending, pass the doc ID, and then we need to pass the action of update status to pending here with the doc ID. So with this implemented and everything correct in our store now, we should be able to head over to our application here. And if we click on, let's refresh it here really quick. If we click on mark as paid, we should see that now the status changes to paid, and we can actually see we have our other button here to mark it back as pending. So if I click on this, it'll go ahead and change back to pending. So we can now successfully toggle our status from pending to paid and from paid to pending. Now, currently, if we go ahead and create a new invoice, I forgot to go ahead and add one thing. So when we actually hit the update invoice button, we won't see that invoice populate here until we refresh the page. So what we need to do is inside of our invoice modal here, inside of this upload invoice function, we need to go ahead and dispatch an action inside of this function to go ahead and re-get our invoices, which is right here. So let's go ahead and map this to our components. So I'll go back to our modal here, and we already have our map actions. Let's just go ahead and add a new value to this array. We'll say get invoices here, and then let's go ahead and paste this right below the toggle invoice. So we'll say this dot get invoices and paste that. So now if we head back over here and we create a new invoice here, so let's fill this out really quick. And last here, let's do our product description, which will be UI UX. Let's add a item here of testing 123, quantity 1, 199.99, and let's go ahead and create our invoice here. So you should see now that when we create it, it's going to happen in real time, and we no longer need to refresh to actually see our newly created invoice. Now, the last feature that we need to implement here is going to be the ability to filter our invoices by status. So we already have the UI and UX for this built out here, but we don't have any functionality attached to it. So let's go ahead and begin to implement that. Now, the first thing I want to go ahead and do is create a new piece of data here inside of this component or home component or home view. And it's going to be called filtered invoice here. And we're going to set this equal to null. Okay. Now, what we want to do is each time a user clicks on one of these LI items, we want to pass or we want to run a function. So let's go ahead and open this up here, and we're going to paste in this click here of filtered invoices. And let's go ahead and just put this on all of them. Okay. And I think I did that wrong. Let's see here. I think that should be good. Now, what we want to do is actually create this function. So let's go ahead and copy this and go inside of our methods here, and just below this function of toggle filter menu, let's go ahead and create this function here. Now, the purpose of this function is to go ahead and set this filtered invoice to the value that we have inside of this LI. And we're going to use this value right beside, let's see here, the filter by status. You want to go ahead and put a colon here. And we're going to put another span, and we only want to display this if filtered invoice is true. And let's go ahead and use our curly brackets here and say filtered invoice here. Okay, so inside of this function, what we're going to do is we're going to pass it the event parameter here. Now, we have 4 different text values inside of this, or inside of these LIs here. We have draft, pending, paid, and clear filters. So what we want to have it do here is we want to run a if check first of all. So we want to say if e.target, and we can get the value that's inside of this LI by calling the inner text on here. And we want to say if this is equal to clear filter, we want to make sure this is the appropriate capitalization here. So if this is true, then we want to go ahead and set this dot filtered invoice equal to null, and then we want to return out of here. Now, if this is not the case and the option selected does not equal this, then we want to go ahead and say this dot filtered invoice equals e dot target dot inner text here. Okay, so now if we head over to our application here, we're going to at least have the appearance of this all set. We haven't actually implemented the functionality to filter out our data, but if we go over to this filter by status here, you should see now if we click on paid, it's going to say paid, pending, draft, and then it's going to clear the filter. We'll have nothing. Now, the one thing I do want to fix is where that colon's at. We shouldn't have that visible because that looks a little bad. So let's go ahead and remove that really quick. I think I put that on the wrong side. So we'll get rid of it here, and then we'll just say like that. And I think that'll look a lot better. Okay, and if we refresh it, we should see that gets removed, and we have pending, clear filter. Okay, that looks a lot better. Now, what we need to do here is filter out our data. Now, how we're going to do this is with a computed property here. So let's go ahead and head down to our script tag here. And inside a computer, I want to create a new computed value of filtered data here. Okay. Now, what we want to go ahead and do here is return, and we want to say this dot invoice data, and let's see here. Why is it not showing up for me anymore? Invoice data. Okay, I don't know why that's not showing up, but what we're going to do here is we have this a value of state, which has all of our invoice data, which is what we're using to iterate through our invoice component right here. You can see we have invoice data. Now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and perform the filter method on here. Okay, and we're going to have our invoice and we're going to have our callback here in our arrow function. Now, inside of here, what we want to do is we want to look at the value currently of filtered invoice here. And if it equals a draft, then we want to go ahead and return only the invoices that have a property of invoice.invoiceDraft that is true. And this is what it's going to look like. So we'll say if this dot filtered invoice is equal to draft here, then we want to return here invoice.invoiceDraft equals true. All right, so then what we want to do is copy this down 2 more times. And what we want to say here is you want to look at if it's pending. And if this is true, then we want to return all the invoices that have an invoice pending value of true. And then lastly, what we want to do here is look at if it's paid. And then if that is true, then we want to return all the invoices that have an invoice paid property of true. Now, if it is nothing, because if we don't return everything here, what I mean by that is if filtered invoice is not actually equal to any of these here, then currently with how we have this set up, it's not going to return anything and our data will be empty. Okay, so I can show you this. So what we want to do now is take this computed value right here and we want to go back up to our invoice here. And instead of running through invoice data, we want to run through filter data here. So now with currently how we have this set up, we should not see anything in our invoice component right here. And that's because none of these filtered invoice values equated to true. But now if I go ahead and select pending, we will see some of the pendings here. Now to fix the issue with if we don't have any filtered values selected, we can come down to the very end here inside of this invoice filter, our invoice data filter method, and we can simply just return our invoice here. Okay, and that'll go ahead and return all of our invoices if none of these equate to true. Okay, so if we head over here now, we should have all of our invoices. And if we select draft, we'll have our drafts. If we have pending, we'll only see our pending. And if we have paid, we'll only see our paid. And we can go ahead and clear our filter to show all of our current invoices inside of our application. Now, one last small thing I want to go ahead and update here is currently we're not actually outputting the correct value of invoices, or we're not doing it dynamically. Now, by coincidence, we do have 4 invoices currently total in our application here. So what we want to do to dynamically set this to be equal to the amount of invoices we have in our application is come inside of our home view here, and where we have this right here on our span tag, we want to remove this 4, and we're going to look at the value of invoice data, and we're going to get the length of that, and that'll go ahead and dynamically output the number of invoices we have inside of our application here. So if we head back over, we're still going to see 4, but now if I go ahead and let's say delete this one, you'll see that it'll update to 3 invoices here. So that's going to go ahead and dynamically go ahead and output the total amount of invoices we have here inside of our application. All right, so that's going to go and wrap it up here for our invoice application. If you guys did enjoy, be sure to leave a like on it down below. And if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe for more content like this. And I will see you guys in the next video. Take care.